I do apologise about that, guys. Thank you for sticking around. But yeah, I'm hoping things are not going to start lagging like they've been doing. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. So I do apologise, guys. Hopefully, I'm just waiting for everything else to reboot on this properly. So let me jump over to... Right. That should be on now, but it's not working. EOS camera. Deactivate, activate. Right, knock it off. Knock it back on. Come on, camera. Hey, it's working again. Oh, so hopefully everything should be working fine now. But yeah, we're back. We're back in, we're back on. So far, so good. The frame rates look like they're okay. So again, I do apologise, guys, about that. I think I'm competing with somebody else for the bandwidth. I think. But also, like, everything else is showing. But like, everything else isn't showing that. It's still showing I'm offline on you. But clearly I'm not. So I don't know what is going on with the rest of the applications on you, because I'm streaming live as I speak. And everything's there. So I don't know with that. But so far so good. Frame rates are not staying about 4.8% drop. So hopefully that won't be too bad. Hopefully it'll pick back up. But yeah, but I am showing I got no followers online at all for some unknown reason. I don't know with it. What's going on there? And as we speak, the disk cleaner decides it wants to kick in. It's always the same when you actually need things. You don't need things to work. Come on. Minimize that. See what's going on. Right. Control Alt Delete. Let's close that down. Task Manager. Right. Yeah, I'm showing as myself here as being offline when actually I'm online. So I don't really know what's going on with the system at the moment. It's OBS, it is playing up. It's OBS having a funny 5 minutes. Oh, come on. End that task. End the task now and down. Yeah, everything we want it to work doesn't want to work. Encoder overloaded. Consider turning down video settings or faster encoder. Well, I can't turn it anywhere else. Right, that's the end of that. But it's still showing as it's active. Yeah, the entire system is on a go slow at the moment. So we'll have to wait. We'll just have to push away and just have to push away for it. Hopefully it should work out fine. Right, my kilobytes per second keep jumping up into the red all the time, which ain't a good sign. Right, so to carry on what I was saying, we're going to do some model painting, or try to while it's going to be lagging in between. So hopefully it won't be too bad, and hopefully we'll be able to push away through it. So we're going to need a model to work with. So we've got 3 assembled by you from earlier. We assembled 3 earlier, so I'm going to pick one. Excuse me. I'm going to pick one, and that's what we're going to actually model. That's what I'm going to work with. Now, normally, when you paint, you spend more time on special characters and sergeants, captains of your units or squads. But then the rest of the time, you normally do what we call batch painting. Now, the batch painting is a great technique to get through a lot of models in a very quick amount of time. So I'm gonna have to close the curtains there, I think. So if I had 10 models per year, I could paint all 10 what we call a batch paint. But you paint as many as you feel comfortable with, and that's the thing you got to think of when you do model painting. In batch painting, you paint as many as you were comfortable handling. If you can handle 20, then you're able to do 20, because all you do is the same. Why you just do the same process all the way throughout. But otherwise, you just do what you feel comfortable with. So the tools that we need, we've got our models. We need some paints. So yeah, I got a couple of paints by here. I'm going to use a Bad and Black as my primer. But I'm also going to use it for the bodies of the weapons as well, when I get to it. I then got my first base colour, which is Mephiston Red. I've also got Balthasar Gold. I'm hoping that will work out fine when I start using it, because it seems a little bit dryish at the moment. So I'll have to wait to find out when I start using it, because I thought I had another one year, but I don't. Because I actually use this one more. That originally, when I were painting gold back, when I started painting with a new painting system, we didn't really have a great choice of gold. We had the Balthasar Gold, and then we laid it up with Guiana Gold, followed by there's an Auric Gold as for the outer edge. Since then, we've now got Retribution Armour, which is a nicer gold, which does kind of remind me. I might actually use this one and layer it with this one just to make it a little bit different. So I'm going to pop that there ready. I need some white as well, but I'll get to that when we get to it. The rates, however, do seem to be staying around 7% drop, so I might be. So it seems to be running fine, but you never know, it might jump up and down. Ah, there you go. I'm now showing I'm actually online. Now, when you other fit tools we need, you need a palette. I've got by here what we call a wet palette. It has a foam. It's a tray. Has a nice foam at the back, followed by then my palette sheet. Now, not so much of a Citadel fanboy anymore, because my wet palette is Army Painter, and the brushes I am actually using are also Army Painter. So I've actually I'm still using the Citadel paint. I do actually have some of the oh, what do they call oh yeah, check them there, because I'll need them as well. Oh, and nail oil. Haha, I need a bit of nail oil as well. Can never beat a bit of nail oil. As you can see, I got stuff everywhere. Because I've also got it's actually an A1. I got a Valley Joe paint you as well if I need to. Well, I tend to use. I do use different paints now, but also because most of the paint colours I use are Citadel, so I tend to stick with them. I've also got some enamel paints as well, which I don't use as much because they are horrible for painting. They completely and utterly damage your brushes like there's no tomorrow. back there, pop that back in the corner. But I do need a particular paint if I'm out of that box when I get to it. Pop that back there. And of course, most of the paints I've got here are Citadel. So that's why I'm actually using Citadel paints. So we've now got a palette. You could use a piece, as I was using earlier, whatever that's gone to, was sort of a white. You can use a tile for a palette. An ordinary tile from for a DIY white tile works fine for a dry palette. Wet palettes are far better, and they are far better because I can put paint on there and it'll stay wet for when I want to use it, rather than me having to. I gotta quickly use my paint today. I can actually jump back and use it whenever I want to. You need paintbrushes. I've got a selection of paintbrushes. I've got my paintbrush box wherever I've put that, which I've also got a mountain of Citadel paintbrushes in there. And we got a, yes, it's Citadel. A water pot, yes, it is Citadel. And as you can see with the stains on it, even the stain on the inside, it is well and truly used, guys. I use that very often. So we put that there to one side. Now these things, I think some of you on the channel may know what they are. This might be something brand new. They're little glass balls. They're little glass beads. What do you think I would actually use these for? Let's see if anybody knows what I would actually what I would use these little glass beads for. Trying to make an escape. So my little glass beads, what would you say I use them for? Trying to pop them back in there quickly as I can. Problem is they're sticking to my hand like there's no tomorrow. Yeah, I use them for paint mixing. Yeah, they're great to actually mix up the paint. There is, I think it's either 50 or 100 in there, and whatever I got left over in this bag. Because I ordered some more back last year, and the packet arrived to me open. So I got in contact with the company and said, look, it was open. I think I ordered 100, or I think it was maybe 50 or something like that, and they were missing. So they reshipped out a new one to me, but I actually still had some of the contents in there. So I would give it a bunch for now. So yeah, so I'm going to use these for mixing the paint. They'll mix this paint a lot easier than how we currently use it. These are the basic tools that you would need for model painting. Again, you don't need a selection of brushes like I've got, but here with most painting kits, you're given a standard brush. You'd be surprised what you can achieve with an ordinary standard paintbrush. Which would be, yes, it is Citadel again. We got one here. Yes, a Citadel medium. Citadel medium brush. So as I said, look how nice and pointy the bristles are for that. They got a nice flat edge. I have to adjust the camera. Adjust the zoom on that. So as we can see, we got a nice edge on there. Now this is how the Citadel brushes arrive. And you've seen earlier what state they appeared in after I've done some base paint them. That's why I swapped over to the army painting brushes, because these don't seem to last as long. But again, as this again, what you can call a standard or starter brush, you'd be surprised what you can achieve with one of these when you do model paint them. You don't have to go off and buy fancy brushes, but you can achieve quite a lot with just using a basic brush. Some of my other brushes here, and you can find alternatives to them as well that I do use. The most expensive brushes I've got here are these three. These are my Artificer brushes. And back when they first introduced these, we only had the Artificer Extra Small. So you can see how thin that brush actually is. Now they are quite expensive. These from Citadel are quite expensive compared to the standard brushes, and they have been known to be like gold dust. But I will probably make use of them with what I'm model painting, because they are made of a different material. But again, you don't need to rush off when you're starting off and buying all these fancy brushes. Myself, so I do, because I like to make sure I'm well prepared with what I'm doing. So there you go. That's some of the nice bit of start equipment. As somebody starting off new, you may only just have a glass, a jar, a bottle, half a bottle filled with water, some tissue paper. Always handy to have a bit of tissue paper there. It's the same one I was using this morning, which if I turn it over will come in handy there for what I wanted to do with it. You'll have your paint, you may have a bit of paper, some that'll work as your palette, which works fine. When you do get into it, I do recommend investing in a wet palette, because these are a godsend. I will recommend investing in one later on, but you use the equipment what you work with. How does the wet palette thing work? Well, how does this work? We start off, if I grab the materials, so we got the plastic tray. You put inside the plastic tray one of these foam sheets that fold out and fits in the bottom of the tray. You then pour water into the palette so that the sponge absorbs it. The sponge, you don't want it soaking wet, but you want to have enough water in there so that sponge is wet. We put a piece of paper over the top of that, and that then absorbs the water. When we put our paint on there, that will actually keep the paint moist. So if I started painting now and after about half hour you gotta go do something else, on a dry palette you would have to use up all the paint, or you leave it goes dry. With a wet palette, as soon as I put this back over the top and then tape it down, well, use the band that comes with it, that paint in there will stay nice and wet until I need to use it and use it again. So you'll actually get a good couple of days wear out of the paint that's in there. So it's a great way if you're working with colours. You can always come back to them if and when you need them, rather than having to put some paint in and waste it. Which one are you gonna do? I think I'll stick with that one for now. So I'm gonna pick one model, but that's how this actually works. As you can see, the paper is already shriveled up a little bit. I'll put a little bit more water in, actually. Gotta let that mix around a little bit. If I run that over the top, this is now nice and wet. I can drain off any excess into my water pot. So still a little bit of water in there, but that, as you can see, is nice and wet. Chances are, if you speak to a lot of painters, they will have actually tell you eventually swap to a wet palette, because they, excuse me, I got a bit of water in this. Let's blow it out with it. That's it. A lot of them will tell you to swap over to a wet palette, because they actually swear by them. And I've been using one for now a good few months, and I found it to be a massive godsend. So when we model paint, we can paint straight to the model as it is. It's not primed. But if we prime it, it ensures the paint takes through a lot better. Now we've got a couple of ways we can prime. We can use a spray paint, an airbrush, and prime it in your priming colour. You can get spray cans and prime it in those. Citadel does do a primer black. It's not the best for indoor use. Spray cans are okay for spraying when the weather's nice and dry outside. They're no good when it's extremely warm or it's very humid outside, because you get the wrong texture. If it's too dry, the paint dries powdery. If it's too wet, it dries blotchy and doesn't look nice. I tend to use more of the indoor this method. Have I got enough paint there? Yes. I tend to actually water down the Abaddon black just to make it a lot better. Oh yeah, you can make your own out there. Well, so again, you could probably make one just using a sandwich box. That's probably an easy one. But a ordinary sandwich box, box like that big, that deep. You just get the equivalent to the form what we use in this, because you can pick these up as well separate from modelling shops. The little tracing paper used on top, and then you can then work your way from there with it. And again, at least for the sandwich boxes, you also got the nice seal as well, which seals up a lot better. But like I said, with model painting, you'd use whatever you can afford. Well, so if all you can afford at the time, it's like streaming. Now you watch a lot of streamers, especially professional streamers. They'll go, "Oh, you need this, you need this, you need this." Starting out, all you need is a laptop or a PC, something to stream through. So if you stream on PlayStation, a capture card plugged in gives you more control of the software. An audio microphone or a headset will work, and then gradually build from it. Like over the space of 2 months, I've added to what I work with here. And it's the same with with what I've done by modelling. I didn't go off and buy everything straight away. It happened over time. Dishwasher sponge, cloth, and baking sheets, not greaseproof one. Yeah, there's lots of alternatives there. Same as for storage of your models. A lot of companies will actually tell you, Citadel will tell you to buy their own. You can find boxes online will tell you the same. You can make your own. Duncan Rhodes used to work for Games Workshop. Actually does a video that tells you how to make one using... Oh, I've lost the model. How to use one of these. Some of the A4 magnetic sheets and the magnets I showed you guys earlier. And you can make a storage container with one of them for a lot cheaper than buying an actual Citadel box. I've got 2 of the Citadel boxes. They're okay. I've also got 2 of a cheaper brand which cost me a lot less and made out of cardboard, which have got the inlays in it. But there's always alternatives out there. You just got to look about for it, guys. That's all you need to do. So when it comes to priming, guys, you choose a colour really that you want to prime with. If you're going to... Now, if I had a spray can, I could actually spray this in Mephiston Red, and it'd be ready for me to start working with. Otherwise, I'm going to prime this in black and then add my colours to it. The most common primer colours that I've used. You can use a grey as well. I've seen people use a grey for priming. I would use black if I want to create a nice dark, rich colour. So I'm going to paint this red, so I'm going to use a black primer. It makes the colours more darker, more richer, and more not vibrant, but a lot more richer. If I wanted to paint this yellow, I could still use the black and the colour, or I could actually... I've got a better mini case for club. You could actually alternative. Oh yeah, your miniature case is quite nice. Is really nice for club. If I could paint this yellow, I could paint this undercoat this in white. Citadel changes white colour because the original white we had was crap. Corax white is a lot better. Ceramite white is terrible. It clumps like rotten. I can paint this in white, and then if I want colours to really stand out, so I want a nice, really nice bright colours, a nice light shade of green, like an emerald green, or a nice shade of yellow, I can then use that. So the white allows you to make the colours stand out more, or brighten the colours. But I'm going to go with black, because most of my undercoating is normally done in black. I have done several pieces of scenery and my ghosts in white. So for example, there are, it's a piece of scenery. Yeah, that's a nice piece of scenery up there. The stone is all, that was all undercoated in white. It's getting a bit dusty. It's undercoated in white. All of it's undercoated in white and then laid up from there with dry brushing and washers. Again, once you know the technique, it's brilliant to produce something like that. Again, I've got scenery here for when I do know that the scouts want to run Model Maker Club. I've got some scenery there for it. I've got some containers from the 40k universe I've painted up and beaten up with rust effect paints just to make it really stand out. Again, you can find effect paints across the board from other companies. Citadel, like I said, do quite a few of their own. They go ones you can actually create. I use one called Blood for the Bloodguard that causes a nice blood ready sticky looking effect. Great for weapons. I've used it on one set of my Marines there just to make it look, because they got a rib cage on the possessed Marines. The rib cage beneath burst out, so painted in bone colour with that over the top, make it look like this all sticky just burst out of their chests. But I got another one there which I used to paint the night on to create a nice ghostly colour effect to it. Nickeloid oxide. There's lots of different options that you've got within the paints out there. You can find alternatives with others as well. Same as base texture paints. So now I'm going to start undercoating this. So what I'm going to do is get a nice load up my palette with a nice dollop of black. As you can see, that is too wet there for it. So hopefully I can dry that out a little bit more. You can see it's wet because it's starting to run. So if it's too wet, don't worry about it, we'll probably just work around it. So I'm going to load this up with a little bit of paint. Because it's wet, I don't have to water it down so much. But if I do, I just take a little bit from there, mix it up, so I get a nice consistency with it. I brush off the rest, I don't need back into the pot because that's going to come in handy for after. Clean my brush, because I'm going to need that now. I'm going to wipe off the excess. Now my feet, I'm going to dye my hands, guys, I always do. Because you can see there's still paint on there. Especially when you're moving from colour to colour, you want to make sure your brushes are nice, clean and dry. Because you don't really want colours to cross contaminate, guys. Then just take a little bit of paint. I'm going to use this sprayer now. I'm going to dab a little bit off. I'm going to twist this sprayer now while I'm doing it to make a nice point. Some of these do keep their points nicely for us. Then we're going to start applying it. Zoom in a little bit. Now I'm going to start painting the model. Because it's undercoat, it doesn't really matter if I get any areas I don't need to be on. But I got to make sure I got a nice even coverage across the model. Make sure I get into every nook and cranny. Chances you're probably going to have to paint at least 2 layers with your undercoat. 2, maybe more layers, depending on the colour. But you want to get the nice even texture, all even undercoat all the way across. It's better to paint on thinner layers than actually painting on one big thick dollop in one go. At least with thinner layers you can control what it is you are doing. And these paints, again, thinner layers will dry a little bit quicker than one big solid layer in one go. If you've got too much on your brush, don't be afraid to use some tissue to brush it, to actually brush it off. Oh yeah, it does kill the details. I totally agree there. Again, you should avoid painting from pot to model. I'll all hand up, I've painted from pot to model before, guys. I think all us painters would probably say we've all done it. We're all guilty of it. There you are. As you can see, here with the leg, I'm just built up a nice consistent layer. So with it, and I've only just done the one leg. Again, you don't have to be neat when you're undercoating, guys. I'm being a little bit neater because, again, I'm a little bit of a perfectionist, and so I don't want to have to redo things over and over again. But like I said, you do you when it comes to painting. But all the advice, all us painters will give you the same advice. Try thin coats. It's better to use thin layers and build up rather than one big thick dollop layer. Because again, if the paint's, by mixing it with water and watering it down, ensures the paint does actually have a chance to mix. Because with some paints, the pigmentation actually goes to the bottom of the bottle. Prime example would be the Retributed Gold. Now, I would have a clear liquid at the top, but then all the gold material, all the gold flecks, would all then drop to the bottom. Now, to get it back up, I need these beads to mix it up, or I'm going to have to use something else. Duncan's catchphrase, yeah, 2 thin coats. I love Duncan. Again, guys, in case you're wondering who I'm on about with Duncan, have a search for Duncan Rhodes. Duncan used to be a model painter for Games Workshop. You'll find a lot of his videos on YouTube. He also actually runs his own website, which does a lot of modelling videos on there. Now, he is a fantastic painter, and I've actually watched a lot of his tutorials and followed them step by step when I've done painting. Well, so when I painted my Magnus the Red, the Demon Primarch, it was Duncan's video I actually used to help me with actually painting it step by step. I might have deviated and did my own thing, but it does work. Peachy and Neil, I haven't actually, again, I haven't watched many painters on there. Duncan I've watched, because again a lot of his videos are available on the, a few of them used to be available on the Citadel app before they swapped over to somebody else, another painter. But I have weekly updates of Duncan when he comes to model paint them. Now I actually did watch a video where somebody did a test on Citadel on black paint to see which works out the best. And I think the Citadel Abaddon Black actually appeared to provide a nice coverage. Did have that bit of a glossy sheen to it, unfortunately, but it worked to be one of the best black they've actually used compared to a lot of the black paints that are out there. Yeah, you can shake the pot, but also mixing it down with a little bit of water does actually give you more consistency. But as I said, everyone here paints differently, and so again, you find what works for you. Again, if you're happy with the results, well, you will be happy with the end result, because the model is your model. It's been painted by you, and it's unique. Now again, if these were on bases, I'd actually use something to hold them, but why use the beads? Because the beads actually, tend to put 2 beads in because they actually smash up all the paint molecules a lot better. It's the same. They work the same as having a ball bearing inside a spray paint can. That's what they work for. It's only actually been this year I've actually started using the beads. But I have found with some of my paints I've got to put a paintbrush in, an old one, and really then give it a good mix around just to get the paint to mix properly. And that's even with shaking as well. As you can see, how quickly I've dried, because I'm actually able to get it to stand on its feet and it's not transferring any paint back over to the paper. If you feel your paint is drying out a little bit, just add a little bit more water to it. And then just mix it up, just to get that right consistency there. You dab a little bit back into there, so I'm safe for later. Yep, and then I can begin again and just carry on with it again. There you go, nice. Again, base paints give you a nice. Yeah, and at least with having the glass beads as well. So they actually will. You can wash off the metal ones. But I just think the glass bead ones just seem to. They just seem more stylish to me, really, rather than metal ball bearings. Metal ball bearings may work in spray cans, but as Lance does say, it does actually they can rust, and if they start rusting, it's going to contaminate your paint. So the last thing you want to do is have contamination to your paint, because it will change the colour, and it will and if you're unlucky enough to accidentally swallow some of the paint, you are going to give yourself some sort of poisoning. Again, with paints, be careful with the types of paint you're using, as some paints are not as friendly and can be poisonous if accidentally ingested. at least with these paints, these are safe to use by everyone. So if you actually just good for wrist action, if you were unlucky enough to actually I have actually heard somebody drinking accidentally one of the washers. Or so they actually had some left on their brush and they accidentally swallowed it. The I keep calling washers. They also the shade paint. They also they accidentally swallowed it. They're not the best tasting, but at least they're not actually poisonous either. Yeah, so I've done quite a bit of coverage, and I've even actually applied 2 layers to a lot of places. Get myself into all the nooks and crannies. Yeah, it's coming along quite nicely. Now if we're going to have this is going to be my Templars, or the Iron Hands, then this would be, I would actually have done myself a massive favour with the undercoating, because I'd only then have to layer it up. No, I've not actually. I've not actually done that yet. I've not actually. I took a sip out of there. Now I have got a bit of a bad habit. If I want to reshape my bristles after I've washed it, I will. I have actually been known to do that. Not lick them, but actually, running through and re-straighten them. That's why when I've run Model Club with the Scouts and they've wanted to use one of my brushes, I will not allow them to use my brushes because of that. Well, so I tell them not to do. If they've got their own brushes, then yeah. Well, so because again, I'm guilty of that as well. Well, not licking, but what's I actually running through my mouth just to reshape. Again, soap paint is great for that. Because I've got some here as well. It's supposed to renew the brushes back to a good shape, but I'm still waiting to find some of my brushes are that far gone. It doesn't work. I've tried. Again, you should be able to reshape it by using a bit of tissue paper. Yeah, I managed to reshape the bristles. What's she watching? What are they watching? And say hello back for me. Right, I'm gonna try to put all this in. Let me get this lot done, then I'll do the last weapon. Put a bit of water on there. It's got a nice consistency. C Nation. Oh, I love C Nation. I also really enjoyed that. Because Mam's a big zombie fan. I came over to visit the one day, and she was watching it, and so I decided to sit down and watch it because the episodes I watched I thoroughly enjoyed, really found it fascinating. Well, not fascinating, really good storyline to it. So I actually watched it, and some of the zombies they've created in there are hilarious. Well, so I've tried the contrast paint myself. I'm not really 100% sure about them, to be honest. I've tried it with the red. I've actually tried. I think I've got some in a box here somewhere. We have actually tried with the red it just doesn't seem to work right because I've been trying to find something I can actually use to replace the Candy King red clear paint that I use that I use for like I normally use for the Heresy Thousand Suns. But I've not actually managed to find. I just can't seem to get on with them properly. They just seem to come out blotchy. Just doesn't seem to work as right for me as you watch the videos of them being used, and it looks like they work wonders. But I'm not myself. I'm not a major fan of them. Probably because I'm not using them right. I'm watching The Walking Dead. Mom have watched them back to back like there's no tomorrow. I stopped watching soon as the Great Civil War started between Alexandria and Everness versus Negan and all that. I just stopped from there. And did we just have a Prime Gamer Pod then? Yeah, I just came to a stop with a hi. But I did watch one when Mum was watching the other day. I did watch one of them while I was downstairs. So I'd probably get it down to finish them off at one point because it was the same with Game of Thrones. I'd watched them up to a certain point and then binge watch all the seasons to get myself back up to speed before we went into the final few seasons. Have you guys watched Army of the Dead yet? Because I've watched that twice so far. Nice. Watch it. My teenage daughter. Watching with his teenage daughter. Yeah. Yeah. What do you think of that? You watched it in three sittings. I watched it in 3 sittings. All right. Nice. Last week, yeah, I watched it. Didn't watch that. I've watched it twice so far. I put it on the other night. I popped it on. Because I'm reading through or trying to read through the Eberron source book at the moment. Again for like a just a bit like general reading things at the moment. And I started reading it, but I'm more engrossed, more interested in watching Z Nation, and not Z Nation, and watching the Army of the Dead. But yeah, I really enjoyed it, and there is talk of a prequel. So where we see the zombie outbreak happening in the beginning, apparently there was talk of that being turned into a prequel. And I think it's going to be a sequel to it as well, or that the cast looking to sign up to it, or rumor of these cast members looking to sign up to it are going to sign up into working with the prequel. So we'll get to see the few of the ones from it back during the event of the outbreak. But I've also I didn't mind it. I found parts of it to be hilarious. Again, it's a sort of a different take on a zombie film because it's more of a it's a heist film with a zombie set in, which is good. Parts of it were funny. Part of it was like, why? What was the point of doing that? And with again, there's been a lot of a lot of theories going around about it having a time loop element into it. We got robot zombies in there, aliens as well. Apparently, there've been aliens seen in there, or alien ships. I don't know if it's just people open for something that's not nothing, or if there was actually some elements to it. Now that time loop suggestion, that's because they actually did put a lot of the links and show the links to the characters there. Now that would actually make something interesting. Now again, that would be interesting if they actually did an exploration, because it's like I said, it changed it from being your typical zombie film. Zombie outbreak, we can't control it. What's our plan? We nuke the location. Okay, how can we make this more exciting? We tell you what, we put a heist movie into it, and we'll start dropping all these other things inside of it. Robotic zombies. I don't think they were robotic zombies, but what I think we've seen with it is that the alpha, because when his head blew up, we had a lot of blue spark come out of it. So there's something about the mutation there which causes that robotic effect. That's my theory is with it, which is why we like seeing that there. Now the time loop when breaks, that's quite interesting. As soon as that was mentioned, I was waiting to see if we'll see something with that happen, because there is another horror film out there where I can't think of the name of it, where that does happen, where the character keeps doing the same thing over and over again. Or so on a boat. I can't remember the name of it. I actually quite enjoyed. I can't remember the name of the film, but I actually did quite enjoy it, because that was put on. I thought, oh my god, I can't be. Don't really want to watch this, but I really got into it. But like going on a different line, different line. I did start watching last night because, well, so for some strange reason, I'm just in a bit of a mood. I'm having one of my strange moods these days at the moment. But I did fancy watching Spaceballs. Completely different topic, but yeah. And so I did put it on last night to watch it. I've just gotta make sure I finish watching it tonight. Just in one of those let's take the mick out of Star Wars moments. And there we go. I do believe we've now undercoated this model in one go. A couple of areas I just want to touch up, so that's what I'm going to do now. Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah, it is a good classic. It's a good rip on Star Wars. Yeah, we gotta go to. They go into hyperactive speed. We gotta go to ludicrous speed. We can't stop. We gotta slow down. Stop. I can't say I've never watched a Mel Brooks film that I've not actually enjoyed. Because I did actually use one of the quotes from Robin Hood Men in Tights the other day. I've not actually put them on there. Also, so I'm hoping I won't have any problem with it. I might get a funny feeling I might have to use a bit of super glue to get with the paint by here, or might have to scrape a little bit of this away for the plastic glue to set. But once I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. But using super glue, I have to be very, very, very careful, because the super glue will fog up the clear glass. So I'll get that to dry first because I got a couple of areas I want to go back over, and then so then I'll go from there. Yeah, so I was talking to one of my colleagues, one of my colleagues, yeah, in work on Thursday, because we were on about we've had to send the stuff off to the university, all our marking sheets, and he was saying they didn't get nothing until that day, and things not working for him to upload all the results. So we were on about send it via carrier pigeon. Or we could use from Mel Brooks' Robin Hood Men in Tights, in case you guys haven't seen it. That's another good laugh. We'll fox them. So I went, tell you what, we'll fox them. Yeah. I got a funny feeling. That might be the best thing with it. It's going to be the same when you're gluing them to the actual base, the stands as well. Because I just don't think plastic glue will take, but you are going to have to be really give it a good few tries to get it to go there. But I got a funny feeling I'd be able to use a bit of super glue for them. But then what I probably will do is then put the texture paint over the top, so he doesn't actually see it, so we don't actually see it so bad. Because the basis I'm using for these is going to be the Astro Granite to create a asteroid effect base is what I use for my Space Marine army. Because the backstory for my chapter is they come from a planet, but they're two twin planets. Their planet, however, got hit by an asteroid, but before it got hit, early warning detection, they actually moved everyone from the planet to the asteroids. But they can actually did they get? Oh yeah, you got the Fox reference. Well, so he did find it funny because I said to him, if you not sure, look it up on YouTube. There's a video there. But yeah, he got it. He found it. He did find it hilarious. Gotta say for Buddy, you've got a wicked sense of humour. He's always cracking jokes in the office. Because he was when I did my teacher's training, he was our course tutor. He also teaches on business and accounting as well. But he's got a wicked sense of humour. When we did our pedagogy, now you're saying when we do pedagogy, he wants something that's going to blow his socks off. Actually, blow his socks off. So what I actually did when we set up our pedagogy, we had 2 big army tents, lots of activities in there. I actually got a pair of socks. I went off bought a pair of socks. Well, a twin pack, and I actually took the one and threw it on top of the tent. So after the end of the session, I went, now Buddy, you want us to blow your socks off? And there you go, and pointed to the one on the top of the tent. It had been there all day and nobody had noticed that. But he loved that joke. Yeah, I was really should put mine on a metal base. They live on a spaceship. Yeah, and that's one of the good things with these base ends. You can actually be creative with them. Again, base them to where they would normally live, or the sort of train they would always go on. It's like my Imperial Knights on a brown base, which have then got stones. The bigger ones are actually on. My bigger ones are on the same type base, but 2 of them have got a water effect to them. So I took 2 of the big oval bases for the one, cut an edge out, stuck that on top, green stuffed it in, put water effect paint on there, painted a bit of bluey colours at the bottom, the water effect paint over the top of that, and then carried on with the rest with big pieces of slate to create the nice boulder effect of walking over. The other one I had to make the second base to sit on top of the first one, because by the time I come through from Games Workshop, during lockdown last year. It was just as quick for me to take pieces of the card, cut an oval shape out, glue them, and then press them down to form the same thickness. I then cut the middle part out when I stuck it on there, so it looks like there's a stream running through it. So this is now stood over 2 streams, and then also then add the water effect. That base took me about 2 weeks to make, a week, 2 weeks, because I had to wait for the water effect paint to fully dry because there's no edgings on this, so it keeps falling off. And I will get that paint, the water effect paint I'm using. I gotta find a new replacement for it. I actually had from the old manager of the command store. Told him what effect I want to do for my second Imperial Knight, and so he gave me the that half used bottle. Because I've only got pictures of them because they're over the Scout Hall at the moment. Because where I am staying now, I haven't got a lot of room to put stuff in. So if I did actually do, you bought 2 of the Canis Rex. I do actually want to pick up the Canis Rex because I've got the first Imperial Knight we had come out, so I gave it the Gatling, I gave it the Melter and the Reaper Sword. My second one, I've then got the Power Fist and the Gatling gun. I then the newer bigger ones they then brought out after that. I bought one of them, and I've got I got them both different types of the Armitage. So I've got enough there now for if I actually, when I do go back and have a tabletop, play one of the war games again with it, I've actually got enough to actually field an Imperial Knights army instead of having a standard army, because I normally use one of the Imperial Knights as backup for these guys anyway. Let's double check, make sure I'm happy with the black on this. So a little bit more I gotta do. It's just where the black doesn't look like it's covered, but it just doesn't feel like it, or it doesn't seem like it. There we are. Yeah, completely done. That one's completely now covered. But yeah, I was a bit tempted to buy the Canis Rex on yesterday, but I might wait until the end of the month. Well, see what I got left over at the end of the month. To play, I always made mine with what I thought looked cool. Reavers, and they were like, you can't use that. You can't. Yeah. It's always worth looking at the. It is worth looking at the codex to see the sort of builds you can work with them. Because let's say now with the Imperial Knights, the standard Imperial Knights, you can mix and match the weapons, which is fine with it. So if you wanted to have a Melter and a chainsaw and a Gatling gun, that's absolutely fine. If you wanted to have the Chain Reaper and the Fist, that's fine. But again, but just double check. You can look at the build manual to see what they say in there as well. But again, I hate that when you actually play games. That was also, yeah, I know it's the rules, following the rules, but the way Warhammer now has been altered, I can actually play a game where normally you have to have a captain, an HQ, and two troops. You know, after an HQ and 2 troop types to play a normal game. Now, if you've only got a bike squad, which is a fast attack, and 1 tactical troop squad for starting out, that's absolutely fine. Because by enforcing them rules, there, you were literally they're alienating people from the hobby. Because there you go, you've gone to the Reavers, they've turned around and said that to you. Or you can't do this, you can't do that. Now that's going to actually make you not going to dishearten you really in terms of wanting to play, or in terms of building. Well, so, and again, you must get like, well, so you have guys like that in, or people like that in a lot of hobbies who think well, so who the PC brigade, they know the rules. But the last thing you want to do, and I've said this before when it comes to like playing video games, because I've had people go to me, oh, play Fortnite. I've tried Fortnite once. I loaded in. I had three other people on there with me. I'm brand new playing, and I started going, oh look, we got a new, just having a laugh and a go, and acting like a bunch of wallies on there. And I've not looked at that game since, because literally they've turned me off. Everyone says it's a great game. Guess what? I'm not going to play because three idiots have ruined it. Have ruined the experience. And it's the same for you. When you have with these sort of hobbies, we want to encourage everyone to take it up, to see what's going on, trying, especially bringing new generation to keep things going. Last thing you want is to start alienating or making people feel like, oh, you're doing it wrong. Well, so because that's not the joy. That's not the joy of the hobby. The joy of the hobby is getting together with a bunch of people of similar hobbies and interests, and doing something together. Well, so we got these models. Yeah, I might have the build completely different to what we expected. Well, so but I'm not going. I'll play a game against you if you're happy to go with the route. Happy for that for me to use them. Great, we'll go for it. I've actually played a game where I've used a dreadnought with a completely different setup. It's got two different weapons on it, but I've gone, well, because I haven't got them, I should have done this round. Would it be okay if I turn this weapon into this and use this weapon and that? Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Well, it's one of them games that are on my list. I'll probably eventually give it another try. But again, at the moment, I've got a lot. Well, the summer's coming up. I'm looking forward to the 5 weeks summer break. Oh, it's like I've been looking forward to this week off, if I'm completely honest, because it's been a hard school term so far. I gotta work. I got a bit of training on Thursday for cybersecurity. I gotta go and do. But that's why I suppose I could have run one of my classes Tuesday night, but I've gone, no, I'm having the week off. So I'm looking forward to chilling out and doing probably some model making. Might do a couple of random streams throughout the week. See how it goes. But it's just to chill out. It would be nice to actually be able to do other things besides, because as it is, like I've said before, I'm like a hermit. I rarely leave the house unless it's for work. I leave the house to go to the club on Friday. And yeah, and I gotta say, yeah. Well, so everyone I've met in the club P, they are, well, so they're brilliant over there. Friendly, they're really friendly. Well, so they were great. They are a great bunch over there. I can't fault them. You've got a wonderful club over there. Well, so it's great to actually work with like-minded people as well. Well, so those on the same wavelength who are actually willing to help each other, not just oh, I'm better than you and all that. So yeah, this was great. So apart from Friday, and stream on you, I really do anything in the weeks. I've become a real hermit. I do need to start getting out more, start doing more, getting out and doing things. But I say it is. But it is just finding people to do things with, and that's one of the problems of that. I've checked on Facebook last year, back in the summer before we went into more lockdowns. Well, so anybody fancy doing something? Any fancy going out on a Saturday night? Nothing at all. Nothing whatsoever. So I do anything. When I got the car yesterday, it would be nice to go down with a few people, also meet some people I know down there. Just end up be like Billy No Mates going down there. I've got to say it. It's not so much. It's getting the work off the students this term. Which I've come across. The challenges this term have been getting all the work graded because they've pulled they want all the grades in 3 weeks earlier than they normally do. So it's been the last 2 weeks. Thursday, for example, I spent 90% of my day Thursday chasing down, and sort of finishing off with a colleague the Q tag sheet across all the department, across all the levels, except for the university, because that was already been sent off, because that's a different system. Even though before we finished the week before, we had to go back through everything. My colleague was stuck doing that all day. I had it for 90% of my day, so it was nice to go to the last lesson. Well, so into Sanya's last lesson, and to do something completely different, just as a break from it. And then Friday, I was bouncing around waiting for if they'd all gone home at 3:30 Friday, I would have been going with them, because I was out there coming at the 5-2 as it was. So one guy at the Weavers who got custodians. Was it a gold bugger? What custodians was it? And Forge World models with special rules. It was so one. And they had models with Forge World. Well, so again, I got no problem with using Forge World rules. I played one of my dreadnoughts. There is the Dreadnought dreadnought, and I gotta say there's an improved rules with it now. But when I've run it, whoever I've played against, I've asked them, can I use it? They've gone, yes, fine. I got the printout of the experimental rules from Forge World that allows me to use it. So I've actually got a special better shielding compared to the rest of them. My missile pack on the back can hit anything on the board in the first turn, even if I'm actually in cover because of the technology with it. But as long as you've got the rules there, if they're happy, again, it's down to the other person you're playing. Competition, fair enough. I think the problem with Reavers is they think you're actually doing competition ruling, and that seems to be the sounds of it. So most of them being a bunch of arseholes because, we're in competition rules. No, you're not. If you're in a competition rules, fair enough, but you're not playing competition rules. You should just be making it fun for everyone. The Necromunda Star Wars Legion. Oh yeah, it was again. As soon as I know some of them are doing 40k, even if there's a 40k table set up just for a drop, just like to do a drop-in session. So I'd probably be having to run back and forth between D&D and that table. No, it'd be. Well, I'm in with the D&D at the moment. But yeah. But like I said, I haven't played Warhammer, the 40k, for years. So again, I'm completely rusty with rules. I got the core rule book here, but I haven't really done much with it. As I say, on my old job, I never really had a chance to do it, but now I do. I have opportunity on a Saturday. Worst place to go and get into a Games Workshop or Warhammer store on a Saturday, especially when they got back to normal rules, because it's going to be full of young people all wanting to play. And I used to find it better playing in the week during the daytime in the week, again, nothing wrong with younger players, but the shop is normally packed. So there's a lot of noise, at least in the week when you're playing it in a Games Workshop. It's not so many people around. But yeah, but as P have often said, you're more than welcome to come over to the club on a Friday. It's a wonderful group over there. So gotta see what games they're playing, what games they're playing, and what's going on, and they do a Star Wars and Necromunda at the moment. We've got some D&D on the go. So yeah, just see what takes your fancy, really. Right, so now we've got that. Now that should be fully dry. So let's begin our base paint. So I'm going to base this in Mephiston Red. So look at that. Look at the shade on that. It looks a bit orangey on the camera. So I'm going to drop, you only need one bead, I'm going to drop 2. So, drop my 2 beads in. And we're just going to shake it. Now that's going to mix that up lovely and nicely. I'm going to do the same thing again with my palette. I'm going to actually load my palette up. As I'm still using my Citadel basing brush, because if I damage it, I'm not going to be as annoyed as I would be with my army painters. Well, I wouldn't be annoyed anyway, but I just want to try and save the army painters for a little bit of work after. And for some reason I pulled the Citadel one out to show it, and I've just kept that out since. I'm going to load a little bit more up than normal. And yes, I should be really using fresh paint. It's got a nice consistency, but I should really be using fresh water. Not fresh paint, fresh water. So there you are. Clean that off of there. Well, so it looks like the looks a bit like the colours of some of those lagers and ales out there at the moment. Here I found a sideline what we could do to raise some money for the club. If we get all the model painters to save up their paint water, we could bottle it up and actually then convince people it's a brand new alcoholic beverage. Just chuck some terps into it to give it a bit of alcohol-y feel to it, and we can sell it. I'm only joking. No, I'll use a bit of that. I'm trying to resist the urge to actually run this through my mouth. Oh, it probably will taste the same because after I finished assembling these last 2 after this earlier was I've been outside for family barbecue, so I had a nice mixed meat platter, sausages, pork steaks, Mexican pork, chili beef, and a couple of things. So I actually had. Oh yes, look at that. So I actually opened a bottle. Because I bought 6 bottles when I was down Cardiff yesterday. £17 for 6 bottles. They are nice. They are craft beer and craft cider. So this one was. So it's the Brecken's Mind Bleach. Well, so it's a Imperial Black IPA. 10%. The only one that is 10%. I've still got a bit of the bottle left, but I'm not going to drink while I'm actually on stream. Again, I know I've seen a few streamers which drink while they're streaming. To me, that's not really. I think again, most people don't mind it. Myself, it's not really good etiquette, because at the end of the day, if you want to watch someone get drunk while they're actually doing painting and all that, you go to a pub. At the end of the day, well, so if you wanted that, you'd go to a pub to do it. And again, that's like my preference, where in terms of what soft drinks, water, fair enough, but not alcohol. Because at the end of the day, you come into the channel to be entertained. Last thing you want to watch is somebody do blah blah blah. Well, you can still have some, like both my parents have got diabetes. My dad's worse than Mum, but yet that doesn't stop Mum from having her wine. Like she'd been on ciders tonight, and Dad, it doesn't stop my father with having his cream cakes and all that. So again, as long as you're careful and doing it in moderation, you'll be fine. So I know I'll probably be diabetic at one point. Because when I hospitalised myself a few years ago, because I was in a very, 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 very bad place a good few years ago, and I did hospitalise myself. And so I had to stay in, and they were doing their normal checks, and my blood sugars were normal, coming in as normal. So I was well, based on like when the size of me, I was actually surprised. Surprised with that. But guys, I'm not in I'm not in a really bad place anymore. My control slips enough to have some biscuit sweets on it. Yeah, that is only the one problem once you actually go down into it, is making sure you actually manage everything, because you don't want to lose that control over everything. Yeah, exactly. But again with it, it's just finding that control. Once you got that control, not overindulging, because that is one of the bigger problems. Is the overindulging part. Like my ex, she would eat. If she had chocolate, she had a bar of chocolate, and her father was a diabetic, he'd need to eat it. They'd have to eat it straight away. And when I worked in Bideford, I had a bar of chocolate that I had for the entire month of me living down there, and I hadn't actually eaten it. But I just seem to have had a little bit more, well, not control, but I just didn't really fancy it. But no, but I found this the Friday Night Light of people say, but yeah, it is good. Yeah, it's great. It is great. I found you guys, because even last year, after everything that happened to me last year, when I became homeless. After me and my ex split, then she had one of her usual moments where I can't go back home because of what's going on. No, I want you out, and then kick off and cause more problems. Because again, I wasn't in that sort of place as I were back several years ago. But I did feel myself not fully slipping, but teetering, as they say. So like finding a group of people that that can help you live. Live again. Like help you actually give more perspective on your life, and to like help you move forward. But yeah, I was in a real bad place a good few years ago. Put myself into hospital twice. But I actually, with help and support, I've got myself through it. And again, I've helped others which have been in a similar position. And again with it, with most people, when they actually they've gone down that sort of path and are afraid to talk about it. I'm not. First time, yeah, it was like I was like embarrassed, sort of thing. I've done this, I've done a stupid thing, but now it's a completely different story. Yes, I've been there. I can empathise. I know where you're coming from with how you're feeling, what you're saying, and I've also even what you might be feeling might be the right might be the only way out. But life is worth living. There is light at the end of the tunnel, and there is, but you've just got to be willing to. Well, not willing. It's just having those around you to help you through it. What's excited my family. I had I had friends as well, which did help. I won't lie, and I won't lie with her. I do have days and moments. Week the weekends especially where I do feel extremely lonely. Feel really down on myself. But I know that, but I know that's just it's up there. It's just it's how I'm feeling. But I just get through. I just get through it. Also I got people I can talk to, which I didn't think I had originally. Also again besides friends and all that, I've also got these people on the gaming community, as well as the streaming community, which I can talk to. Right then, so now I'm gonna get a nice coverage of red across this. Again, I'm gonna have to go with 2 quarts of the red for this, just to get it to sit right. Again, I might have to go over some areas because I may not want them in red. I may want them in gold. But I'm going to cover the areas I know I definitely want in red, and some of the areas where I might decide to deviate from my original idea. Right, I hope I've got Carabag Crimson. Now, I've always been, even though I've got my family around me, and I've had my brother here. Well, my brother was here. Even I could be. I've always been on my own or my own company. Now, I could be in a crowded room, and I could be in a crowded room surrounded by lots of people, and yet I could feel like the odd one out. I could feel like the outsider, like I'm the odd one out. I'm the lone wolf looking on the outside, looking in. When I'm actually in a group, I could feel like that sometimes. And it's not with the group of people I'm with. It's just how I am. Because again, even growing up, my brother might have been here, and parents were around and all that. Was like a lot of the times, I would actually be doing things on my own. Or so I'd be playing a game on my own, or I'd be doing work on my own. Let me adjust that. Try and get that to move up. Don't my face. Try that up there. Oh yeah, and you do again. You do attract others of the same, of the same nature. Those who don't feel like they fitted in, or they fitted in with others. Again, I've always had a fantastic skill where I could fit in with any group, even in school. I was able to fit in with any group in school. But yet, I've always felt like I'm on my own. I just wonder if. Let me try that. Let me try a different lens with this. Let me try it with a different lens because it might work better. I think I may have to reset the camera. Let's try this now. That's better. There you get a wonderful view of my t-shirt. Yeah, because I am an amateur photographer, and my father's a better photographer than I am. But I'm big in the biggest lens I've got is a 300mm, 70 to 300. I do want to get some much more. I want to get a architectural and a fracture lens. But I've got a big selection of lenses there, and it's great really because my camera doubles as a webcam. I can actually use it like I've more or less got a one of the more partner type setups with the streaming with using my camera, because I can change the lenses, adjust the focus and everything, just to make things stand out. The only thing that would be better if I could try to get it working is if I could get this light to actually sit behind it to shine better. Problem is the stand on this thing. No, that's not doing. That's not doing what I wanted it to do. Ugh. Problem is my light stand have gone. That's a little bit better. It's a little bit. I'm saying that's a little bit better, but the light needs to. See if I might do it. Oh, hopefully I'll get it to sit. Hopefully I'm going to get it to sit as I want it. That's a bit better. So then we get this brush nice and dry, so I got some wet areas. So yeah, so I gotta reload my paint back up. But yeah, I got into photography as a way to get myself back outside, distracted. After we went into lockdown and all, I haven't really done much with it. I did also made a friend that was living down further down, and also she was on about she was trying to get organised something for me to actually do a photo shoot for her and her friends. which nothing ever came about of it. Again, as I said, I'm an amateur photographer. Again, I'm not really the best when it comes to doing the. You can put that water bottle there. I've not really done much when it comes to doing photo editing and all that. But also for taking pictures and all that, I'm okay with. So I think the most close-up lens I could probably use is going to be my macro lens. So there you go. So now I'm going to apply my second coat over the red, because a lot of the black is starting to still seep through, which I don't really want. Again, when you're base painting, it's not, you don't got to worry so much about the colours doing what I shouldn't be doing. I think there's I've got an air trapped in the paint there. Most of my models, that seems to happen. That does seem to happen. I think it's the brushes. If not, it's tiny. Well, so there's some cat ears flying about. Okay, it's getting it. Now again, for my shade of red, I could have used the layer paint, but for me to use with the layer paint, some models, some colours models, you may as well jump straight in with the layer paint. And when you do that, you actually get the vibrant colour you're looking for straight off the bat. But you do need to put on several layers because the paint is translucent. As that's like translucent, that's what they call it, layer paint. You can layer them on top of each other. So you would need to actually consider really what you would actually, how you're going to use it. You can create rather interesting effects with layer paint. Just by mixing on top of each other. If you want to build, if you're painting skin, just a nice skin colour for your model. So like orc skin, for example, layer paints work wonders for it because you can create that nice textured area, especially emphasising muscles and tone. It works well with your base paint because it then just catches the base colour behind it, whilst having the layer to sit over the top. Some of my models are painted differently than others. Like this one, I'm painting this how I would normally paint my Space Marines, which again a lot might say is a bit counterproductive because I'm painting all the base colour on, and then put a shade all over the top, and then I'm going to start colouring the lighter colours after that. But I still want to have the darker red coming through, because once my shade goes on, it's going to darken a lot of areas. Is area number there I need to get done. Again, if you've got any like slight details in with it, again, it's always worth pushing your brush back over the top of those slight details to ensure that if there's any paint that have gone into those recesses, it comes back out. Because if it stays there and dries, then it's going to clog them up. It's going to clog up what you're working with. Oop. So again, another thing you can do if you've got too much paint on your paintbrush is actually, now I've done this before, is actually dab it on your nail, because once that's dry it's easier to get off than it is off most things, and because it's non-toxic, it's not gonna actually, you're not gonna poison yourself either. Yeah, it's coming along lovely now, it is. Yeah. Just double checking areas to make sure that I've gotten everything, because I've actually done that before. I've painted a model, I've then had to go back over some areas 3 or 4 steps down the line when I'm doing something else, because I've realised I've missed parts, and that's nothing unusual, that isn't. Yeah. So that is our marine with the base colour for the red so far. Now I could move on and carry on with the red armour, or I could start another base colour for what the other areas I'm going to work with. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ignore the weapons for the moment, so these I'm not going to worry about, but I'm going to start filling in some of the other areas where I'm going to actually add different colours. So the helmet, the actual under part of the armour, the fins on the back. So what I'm going to do is anything that's gold I'm going to paint in. If anything, I might paint the guns in silver now, and then I'll just then layer back up with the black and anything else I'm going to work with. So I was going to do Balthasar, which it's a bit of a coppery, it's a bit of a, get it right there. Get it right in a minute. It's a bit of a darker shade of gold, while the other gold, the new gold that they tend to use is a Retributor armour, which is a lot nicer. Because the layer paint of that one I actually found works good for if you want to create. The first time I used the step up from this one, if I can find it. Was the Liberator Gold. Liberator Gold. Now I found this colour, it works quite well for on top of this one. It works well. It goes well with these two, go well together. But this painted on top of any gold, it works wonders. If you want to create that if you've got a vehicle, for example, if you want to create the impression it's been welded, because if you know when things are being welded, the weld is always, you won't tell because it's a slightly different colour till it's been filed down and all that. I found that a perfect shade to create welding looks. I've got a what do they call it? It was I can't remember the name of the unit. I've got a unit there where I've got a big bulldozer blade in the front of it. It's one of my siege units, and I've actually used that on the parts of the show that's been coupled together. I've used that to create that, like they've been welded on, so it looks like it's not improvised. It's part of it, but it's been changed back and forth. So they just had to weld at the strength in it. But that does work. I've used that with my Thousand Suns, and I'm also using it. I've also used it with my what they call Stormhorst. my Stormhorse are using the same colour as well. Now I'm gonna have to order some new Balthus, I think. I got plenty over the haul, but I probably gotta order some new ones because that's probably a little bit. They probably got a little bit dry. Because some of these paints I've had for a good few years. So let's get a little bit out. Now, when you use metal paints, if you use painting with metal paints and then going back to a base colour, a solid colour that's non-metallic, you should change your water. The reason for that is because metallic paints have little tiny little bits inside which creates that gold effect, which creates the metallic effects. If you don't change your water, you're going to actually put those little metallic flecks in with your base coloured water, in with your new base colours you're working with. And that's the last thing you want to be doing. Yeah, let's water that down to a nice consistency. Clear my brush. So again, as I said before, you can do a lot of work with just one brush. And if you're starting out with the hobby, because I know Cody was looking into it for in the summer. You get a starter set that comes with a starter brush, and you can do a lot with it. So I couldn't help it, but I've reshaped my bristle ends by doing that. Again, that's an old painter's habit. It's an old habit I've picked up. So let's begin filling in the gold areas. Again, if you paint over areas you've just painted, don't worry, because you can always go back over and retouch them up. Again, I'm probably going to have to do a couple of layers with this paint. Now, you don't want the paint to be too wet, because it will run, and that's the last thing you want to do is running. But you don't want it too dry that it doesn't do what you want it to do either. So it's just about practicing getting the right consistency with it. Again, take your time. When it comes to model painting, it is again like model assembly. Model painting is nice. It's a nice way to relax as well. If it takes you 2 weeks to paint one model, it takes you 2 weeks. If you get a model done within an hour, great. It's a good opportunity to relax and experiment. It does actually help if you've got an art studio set up. That also does help. It helps a lot. Because when I get my own place, one of my exes used to say to me, my last ex, "I don't see you doing model painting." And I used to say to her, yeah, because by the time I get things set up and then packed away and reset back up again, I'm not really in the mood to paint. I want to be able to leave what I'm working on set up so I can dip in and dip out. $10 long. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, because T is more into it. It's more in with the D&D, with his D&D world at the moment. Because again, he's looking to dive back into it. Because he did paint. He has started painting up Sanya. Because I did see Sanya had been painted up. Now it's like myself. I seem to have moods with this, and I just so where I could be painting constantly. Last summer, for example, I painted. I had my art studio set up, and I could just dip in and dip out whenever I wanted. So if I wanted to spend the day not painting, I spent the day not painting, but it was always there, so I could look at it. If I got to set it up and then take it down, put it back up again, you reach a point where you just don't want to do it. Oh, it's the secret's out there. The secret's been revealed. Why he's painting it? Why he's been painting of Sanya? Because it's like my painting board, my model board, which is just that side of me. I still got a pile of models on there in part way through stages, and they've been like that since last year. I've been dipping in, dipping out. Sibling rivalry. You can't beat it. You can't beat a bit of sibling rivalry. But yeah, when me and my brother got into this hobby, I'd probably say I did more of this than he did. I got more into this hobby than he actually did. He got sent. The pair of us both enjoyed Gundam and all that, but he went more a different route than I did, and yet he is the artist. My brother is the artist of the family. I'm not going to say which type of artist. Without no, what's it? He's a good drawer, and he could have done well for himself if he wasn't so arrogant, and that's his biggest problem. He was very well. You never know. He might actually be what might be on the stream now. Um, well, I got into both, but it's more of the first experience with role playing that I had was through Final Fantasy 7. That's the first experience of that. The Warhammer came after that. Now again, I already knew about Dungeons and Dragons. Well, again, it's one of the things in the world that you can that if you have that most people have heard of. When I well, so when whilst I was starting buy it, when I was starting to buy Warhammer models, I also picked up the third edition of the D&D books. I haven't got the third edition Player's Handbook, Monster, or I don't remember where I'm supposed to be on camera. Well, so I haven't got any of those books anymore because I still had them there before I then moved in with the one over Merthyr, and then because I had to clear out a lot of my stuff, that was one of the first things to go. But I had the books there, but I just couldn't read. Just trying to get your head around setting up. And again, it was the same trying to find groups, and those are the same. Again, I think that's one of the other problems I've actually had. It again, by like feeling like I'm the odd one out or the lone wolf, is the ones I were bothered with in school. None of them. Okay, what's going on with that? Webcam is shut off. I think the battery might have died in it. It's alright. Because the other one's full. But no, but yeah, the ones I were in school with, none of them had any interest in what I was interested in. So again with it, you kind. So what's sort of analogy I can use for it? I can't think of an analogy with it, but like you're the odd one out. In where you're from, you're the only one who's actually you're like you're the odd one out. I couldn't say I couldn't use David because David wasn't the only gay in the village. Right, let me see, but that's working again. That's not bad going. Almost 2 hours before that actually. Not bad going. Almost 2 hours. 2 hours before it actually went out. Before the battery died on it. But no, what's up? But yeah, I got learned more about the RPGing type things through Final Fantasy. Then then started picking up everything else with it. D&D was hard to try and find groups because again you just didn't know who to speak to. There were no sort of activities running like that when I was in Top Comp. So you do kind of feel like the odd when you think about what everyone else was doing. Well, it's like what most teenagers would get up to. I didn't actually do till I was in my. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit more. Didn't actually do until I was in my going into my later part of my 20s. I know, going into the early part of my 20s, I'd say. That's more like it. Also, but that's one of the good things about today. Does the college allow? Well, so I can't. Again, I know the college is always looking for activities. Again, I don't know how we go about doing it. Cause I know Grace. Well, so because when she did a foundation degree in media. She used to run the D&D group for the media class. But because I did ask her when she's running a game because she let me know. Now, like she's got herself into model painting as well. So through D&D. But outside of that, I've no idea. How we actually go about it? What are the channels about getting activities like that set up? But again, extracurriculum activities like that, even if you've got tutors that are willing just to run it, or students actually run it, I can't see it being a problem. But I know when I spoke to back when I was doing my PSET, so it's like setting up something like this, something like a 40k model club. Again, if you can actually get the college interested in it, and they see it's going to be a benefit, and you got a lot of people interested with it, maybe they get the college to invest in it. But at the moment, I don't know how we can go about it. I suppose what Sanya could do is actually possibly drop the head of school an email to ask, and perhaps she made a point in the right direction. She might be wondering what it's about, but you never know. Because I know I was asked about cycling. I think the sport department does something with cycling. before for one of the other learners. But yeah, it's always worth finding it out. But interesting fact, interesting information, Braithio. Dungeons and Dragons are sponsoring the Scout Entertainers Badge. So they actually try to encourage a younger generation into it by sponsoring the badge and even giving the starter pack, just downloadable itself, the adventure, the character pack, the sheets and all that for the starter pack. They can actually, Cub and Scout troops can download that themselves. They can buy the food. They can buy it themselves if they wanted to, a copy, but they can also download one as well. So they are actively trying to encourage growth that way with it within youth as well. Because the same with 40k by sponsoring the Model Makers Badge. Well, because the information came out during lockdown. So because I have said to my parents because they're now back going, if they've got any that's interested, there's a possibility by there because again, I run the Model Makers Badge for them. Because we offer the club to the Scouts and Beavers, Cubs and Scouts, even the parents. Because I got a few parents over there that are model makers and painters and D&Ders. Again, chances are you probably have met them or know of them as well. Because I know two of them do play Blood Bowl. Now again, I've played it on PC and PS4, but I've not actually ever played anybody on a proper it's the same as playing it. It plays exactly the same, but I wouldn't mind actually playing a tabletop game. Chances are I guarantee I'll lose on it because I seem to hold my own for the first half of the game. I then decide to do something in the second half, and then I'm botching it for myself. But yeah, but it is. It's good to see that there's a lot of growth within our type games to try to break away from that stigma that the Americans have pushed quite a lot, where Dungeons and Dragons are for nerds. Are for nerds and geeks. Big Bang Theory, for example. Big Bang, they did a massive thing in driving it. Well, so by showing it, it's for everyone. The IT crowd. That's the Fredo episode. If you haven't actually watched the IT crowd, they actually did a wonderful thing with that one where Moss actually does. Jen takes on the role of the entertainers manager. She has Moss to actually run a D&D game for them. So these big business hardman business types, so quite sexist business types, actually playing a D&D roleplay game, not playing D&D, which actually worked out quite funny. Because Roy as well split from his missus, so also as a way for him to get a bit of closure with it. But yeah, I get. What do you think of the IT crowd? I'm disabled. That episode, first time I saw that one killed me. That episode killed me when I saw that one. But I'm disabled. How are you disabled? Leg disabled. Well, where's your wheelchair? I don't know. That one killed me. But yeah, it's good to see it because, again, Big Bang have actually done a lot of things with it. Because again, that become quite a popular sitcom that a lot of people watch. So it's great because it's able to take a lot of the stigma. Gotta keep remembering that's got to stay down there. It helps take away a lot of the stigma from it. Oh, the IT crowd. Oh yeah, well, so watch 'cause I've watched them no end of times. Dylan Tech Gamer. He's another big he's another big IT crowd fan. He put stuff in his assignment work. He put it in there. He put Raymond in Renham, Douglas Renham in there for his website. He figured I'm marking it, not mean it. He put it in there for me to have a chuckle when I saw it. I did have a chuckle when I saw it. But the credit goes to Bullseye because as Sanya back me with that. I downloaded a copy of Dylan Tech Gamer's website and I did actually change on it. We had created by I put a created by Bullseye. That dog don't half get around. He's everywhere. Bullseye is. Bless him. Again, the other thing I found rather interesting when you talk about games like D&D, is like how many Hollywood stars, Hollywood actors have actually play it. Even was, for example, Terry Crews was sort of big buff guy. Was so he's he's a big Dungeons and Dragons player. So it's good with having celebrities that have become quite familiar and popular, like Terry Crews from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. So that people have been told he's a big D&D player. Really does help drive things forward because like I said, it's changing this old stigmatism, this stigma that it's for that playing Dungeons and Dragons is for nerds and geeks. It's for everyone. Everyone's welcome when they play it. So regardless of who you are, what you look like, so disability, your disabilities, you're welcome. Everybody's welcome to play. So if you've got somebody with a speech impairment, we can accommodate. You can change the game so they can take part with it. And it is we need it is it's just breaking that stereotype that are being pushed on the role playing games. Just breaking that norm. But yeah, oh yeah, they are loads. They are loads of play. It's been quite a few times I've gone on Facebook and I've seen so and so plays it, so and so plays it, and I've looked and I thought, I never would have guessed. I would never would have guessed that so and so plays it. Is it also plays D&D? I would never have guessed in 100 years because they. Again, I know it's like being stereotyping, but you just wouldn't think that that would be their type of game. But when you find out a bit more about their upbringing, their past, you can see again why our few of them have actually found their way into playing role play games. Well, so it's like again, use Terry Crews for example. He didn't have a great upbringing. So again, it's going to be a nice way for him to escape from reality. We're almost done with the gold. Probably have to go back over some areas on his helmet. Well, as we're seeing by here with the gold the gold is actually changing colour when it's drying. It's because the coloured flakes are not staying where they should be, as they would by here, because they're being absorbed into the paper. Oh, the belt as well I gotta do. Just remembered. if I paint over some of the red I've just painted up. But no, I've missed it luckily. Yeah, oh yeah. There's yeah, there are loads. And it's good that, and it's good to see. It's good to actually see a lot of drive and emphasis to try to change that stereotype. Right, let's have a. Right, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to have a look at one of my other these I painted before, because I want to use it as a reference. And again, that's a good bit of practice, guys, is to look at some of the models you've painted before, especially the first time you've completed one, and look at it as a reference. So, like for example, talk of the devil, and he should appear. I'm good, tech gamer, and how are you? So as you can see, I got a picture, but there's a bit of a reference for me to double check to see, so I can check to see if I'm following things right. Well, not following things right, sorry, it's the wrong way to say it. So I got a bit of a reference in terms of my own painting. Because I haven't painted anything for my Space Marines for quite a while. It's good to just actually jump in and just check what I've got there. If I actually had one of the completed models here, I would have probably had that down for reference. So same for yourselves at home. It's good to actually have these for looking for reference. So as you can see now, I've got gold in place. I've just got to do a little bit. I've got to do some areas like there, for example, because my under armour is done in gold. Again, I'm trying to use the points of this brush for it. If need be, if need be, well, so just swap to a smaller brush. Sometimes that's easy to work with. I got the back of the leg there. Now the conduits, all these additional pipes. I think I might actually lead belch them. So they're going to be it's going to be painted in a darker silver. That I will then highlight up. So just double check and make sure I'm happy with the gold. Because if not, I can always go back and repaint it. And again, because I'm using a much thinner coating, I got more control over what I want to do. Any areas where I've actually put the gold on to that it shouldn't be there, like around these edge barrier, these are going to be painted in silver anyway for the ends of the jump packs. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually dry brush them later, just so it looks like they've got scorch marks on them. So again, just double check, make sure you're happy with where you've got the gold. Do you need to apply any more layers? Retouch up on the red if you need it. And then once you're happy with it, you can move on to the next thing you're going to paint. And again, like if you're anything like myself, you become a bit of a perfectionist, and you then look at things, you think, no, I'm not fully happy with that, so I want to try and get it right before I try something different. Or I want to get this look exactly as I need it to look before I go on and paint something else. So there we go. Our Inceptor is looking great at the moment. He's coming along nice and neatly. Let me get my lead belcher. No, don't use iron hand. Yeah, there's a lead belcher. This actually puts in a nice. It's a nice dark metal. Again, it works great for certain. It works great if you don't want to, as a base color. Or I could paint that, put a shade to it, and then retouch it back up if I need to. Also, but I'm just going to actually use that as the base at the moment. Just need to look at another model of a similar, not the same type, but which have got those sort of band pipes, just in case I've actually done them in gold, because I may have done them in a different colour. Right. Find my heavy weapon squad. No, the melt I actually did in a different look. No, because I give my Centurions a. I'm not finding anything of that sort of effect. Find my Terminator squad, right. Problem is, they've gone from a front-facing angle, so I can't actually tell. But I think they are going to be silver. So what I'm going to do now, guys, I'm going to pop into a quick break while I actually change my water. I shall be back now. Typical, my stream deck's not working. So let me just double check that. That's a little bit better. I just did ask my stream deck to pop up and it's not going anywhere. Ah, talk of the devil, and here it is. Right. Nope. Stream deck's not working. Right. Let me have to unplug it and plug it back in. Nope, it's not doing it at all. Alright, so I just have to do the old-fashioned way. Hello, Miss Miney. What are you doing up there? Ah, I don't know what's going on with that then. No, it's supposed to be in postponed game. I don't know what's going on with that. Oh, it's having a funny 5 minutes. That's all was happening. It's having funny 5 minutes. Oh. Right then, now I'm back. But I've just seen Miss Miney Winey, Tiny. She's on the window ledge out there. She's staying out into the nice evening. Even though the sun's setting that side, and she's staying at the back. So let's get the silver done. It's the same thing again as I've been doing previously with my palette, my wet palette. Putting some paint on. As much as you need, and then apply a bit of water and thin it down. Even with the metal paint, thin it down to a nice consistency that you're happy with. Be careful with your brushes so the paint don't go up all the way up. That it doesn't go up past the ends of the ends there, because if the paint gets up there and dries, it's going to force your bristles apart. So give my brush a good wash. Pull my paint bit there, because I'm going to pull that if I need it. Again, it's on my wet palette, so any wet paint that's still there, I can still make use. I can still go back to it and use it if I need it, if and when I need it. And I give it a nice, good clean. And now, load up some paint on your brush, about halfway up. Dab off what you don't need. Twist to form the bristles, and nice pointed on the bristles. And then paint the areas that you want to work with. So I'm going to go and add some nice silver, some nice metalled areas for the armour. Well, for the weapons at least. Be careful not to paint over anywhere you've already painted, because if you do, you will have to go back over those areas again. So carefully do it. If you've got some small details, swap to a smaller brush. As I said, you can do a lot with a standard paintbrush. Also, but be careful with some areas, because you don't want to have to like repaint here, to repaint there, to paint back and forth all the time. Now the separate cords I've got by there, I'm going to leave them as they are, because I'm going to do something with them different later. So you see this one's close to the actual body, so I'm going to be careful whilst I'm painting it. Just in case I do accidentally touch what I shouldn't be touching. Yeah, managed to avoid it. So let's finish that off now. So as the old saying goes, slow and steady wins the race. Again, the one thing I haven't got any music playing in the background at the moment. Because again, when I model paint to relax. Again, I normally have the TV on or some noise in the background. I could be watching. I actually watched the entire Clone Wars most of the Clone Wars series whilst model painting before. Just so I got a bit of noise there while I'm doing it. As I had this morning, I had a bit of music playing. But again, you choose what you feel comfortable with. I know people which actually listen to audiobooks. Quite a few painters I know actually listen to the Horus Heresies audiobooks. Also while they've been painting. Now, I've only listened to the Horus Heresies audiobooks and short stories while I've actually been travelling, while I've been driving and travelling from place to place. Because when you're on a long car journey, it does speed up the time. I remember listening to one. It was the Horus Heresies, the Sigilite, and I just bought it from Games Workshop in Cumbraen. So as I'm listening to it in the car, My ex was there now. She just nodding off, thinking, "What a load of crap." So she's there, just starts nodding off as the story's been told, and then it changed perspective. So the characters talking. He's recounting his tale of what happened, but then at the same time, you then jump to actually in the action moment. Oh, didn't half wake her up. Oh, didn't half wake up. She jumped. She jumped out of her skin as soon as she started urine. Big explosions and everything else. Let's paint that. I will paint these in gold, but because these are going to be used quite often in battle, I'm going to paint them in a nice silver. But I'm actually probably gonna beat them up a little bit later on. And what do I mean by beat them up? I'm gonna do whatever I can to really make them look like they've been well and truly used. Wherever I put scratches on them, dirt, whatever really, that's gonna make them look like they've been well and truly used during combat. Again, painting your models and leaving them nice and clean, with no damage, with no planned damage, as they say, or as it is absolutely fine. But if you want to create that true, they've been in the war zone. They've fought. They've just literally had a fight through hell to get to where they are, or they've just been in a fight in a battle. Adding some scratches to it, battle scarring, dirt, even weathering. Just really adds that impression that this space marine have just fought a very hard battle. Trying to get that zoom to sit tight, not zoom, that focus to sit tidy. Yeah, so that's the one done. Let's get the other one done. Again, there's some like minor detailings I can get done in there. So gently do it. That's absolutely fine, because I can always go back and retouch them up in a bit. Now I've got the other side to do. Oh, no, I managed to do that, but there. I managed to do most of that one on that side. So let's get them done inside there. Now with some models like this, you can actually, I know some painters which actually map out what it is they're going to paint in what colours. Even when you're designing your own chapter as well with Space Marines, it's always a good idea. You can always just plan your colour scheme. Now there are activities and sheets you can get from Warhammer. They come with you do get them with the sets that they actually do with Scout, where you can actually then design your own colour scheme on a piece of paper before you go ahead and apply it to your model. So if you decided you want to have a nice fluorescent pink Space Marine, and they are pink Space Marines, mind you guys. The Emperor's Children from the Chaos Space Marines are pink. But so if you want a nice fluorescent pink with yellow polka dots, like Mr. Blobby, you're more than welcome to actually design it. And that's one of the great things with model painting. Yeah, you can follow the norm, or you can do your own thing. And don't let anybody tell you you can't. With model painting, you can follow. if you're following, for example, if you're doing all ultramarines, then yes, you need to do the blue, the ultramarine blue and gold. But you can deviate slightly and alter it to make it more unique, more of your own. So you could have, like I said, the old store manager from Cymran was actually going to paint red. Tiny wants to come in. We were going to paint red on the base, on the heels of the boots of his marines, and give him red capes, so they become Superman. Wow! Come on, Em. Come on, then, Missy. Oh, look who it is. Yeah. Right then, you're gonna lay down by there, yo. Alright then. It's time. Nah, that's not working at all. I wonder if I can reset the stream deck from you. I can set a screensaver for it. Let me pull the plug on it for the moment and then come back. So yeah, don't let anybody tell you you can't paint how you want to paint them. If you are following a chapter specific, then yes, you need to follow the rules for how they are painted to a certain degree, and but then you can put your own twist to it. That way, when you actually play somebody else with Ultramarines, for example, yours will actually look different because it's got that unique flair to it. You could decide that it's going to cost you an arm and a leg, but all your Ultramarines are all in Mark II armor. Which case you then find and buy nothing but Mark II base armor and turn all your Ultramarines into Mark IIs. When I say Mark II, for those that are non 40k, is each of the armor types that the Marines wear have got a different name type, and you can tell the difference between them by how they look when they're actually together. Because of course the chests look different. Most of the older ones haven't got the actual guards of the crossbow like these guys have got. Some of them have got the typical Space Marine helmet, but others have got the Corvus design, which have got the front beak, different shoulder pauldrons and different things like that. Because every generation of Space Marine armor has is what goes by it's known by a mark name. These are Generation 10, which is the Gravis armor. So all the Primaris Space Marines are all in this type armor, type armor, and the sets come through with it. Where the older tactical Marine sets will have a mix of 7, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got my 1,000 Suns are all in Mark 5, I believe it is. Will all be in the Mark 5 armor. And again, if you're interested in the different types of armor, you can find plenty of information and resources and stuff online. It's just finding those websites to have a look at. Because the same with when I say Terminator armor, when you actually Google Terminators, you'll see Space Marine Terminators. You'll see what I mean about Terminator armor, because they are a completely different design to your typical standard Space Marine based armor. Right, what we got by here? Let's get this one done. Yeah, Dylan Tech, you actually missed. We were actually talking about. I did mention the IT crowd about a few minutes before you turned up. We were on about D&D in how they actually use D&D in the IT crowd with the Fredo episode. Here we are, looking good. This is looking great. I'm going to pin it down because I'll fill them in after. And I'm going to leave these on the feet in red, but the edge, the actual jump pack, no, so the thrusters, I'm actually going to paint now in silver, so I know for later on. Because I'm actually going to come back to them when I actually fill them in. Well, when I apply the shade. Actually, tell you what, I'm going to put them all. I'm going to turn them to silver. Actually, scratch that. They're going to be gold. I've decided. I'm going to turn them to gold. Yep. Put my watches back in camera. So you guys got something going on there. Yeah, put the point back in. But I got a bit of silver, I got a pink to the side there, I've just noticed. Oh, come on. Almost there. But yeah, when it comes to, as I said before, you can spend as long as you need to when it comes to painting. Now I've actually painted a model for a competition and was working on it for hours just to get it done in a day. It took me a day and a bit just to finish it so I could enter a painting competition. I didn't win, but at least it's good to showcase what you do. And my style of painting was actually recognised by the one running the competition, because they know my style of painting, so they knew instantly it was mine, even without me being there. I got to do a little bit of silver in there, and then I'm going to give the weapons a brush over the silver. Definitely does it. Yeah, that takes care of that. I'm just trying to think if there's anywhere else I need to put silver on. Apart from the weapons, I think that might be it. Oh yeah, I'll never be. It'd be a good few years before I even enter Silver Demon, Golden Demon. They are fantastic art painters. I've seen the first time I went to Warhammer World. They actually had some people's work on display up there, and you could take. I could have took my stuff up and put it on display up there, and then everyone voted on it at the time. And again, I've seen some of the Golden Demon stuff there, and wow. It'll be a long time before I'll ever be in that sort of league. Because like a lot of them, yeah, they're painting one. They might be painting one model, but it's everything else they put with it. It's the scenery, the design. It's not simply a. There you go. I just got out of bed one day. I just went on the shop. I bought a model, and I just slapped it together and painted it. If they plan everything they're going to do with it. How it looks, how they're going to pose it, then painting, where we're going to have the shades to actually sit on the model. If for example, imagine our model is part of a scene where we've got a nuclear explosion happening in front of us, then obviously all the front is going to be shaded and going to be lighter than what's at the back, so you've got that blast moment. But yeah, they are Golden Demon, even those who enter are in a league of their own. Just to be nominated is an honour. It's coming along. I think I'll be ready to start applying my shades. Ooh. Almost there. Yes, he is done. Yeah. We've got our weapons now, which have been. I'm trying to clear my brush out to the camera. So we got our weapons. We've got all my silver areas silvered. Did I put that sauce on this question? Yeah, I did. But for some reason, some unknown reason, my Stream Deck is not working. Weird. That's absolutely weird. Yeah, that's all the areas I wanted to get done, sorted out. So, if we look now what we've done so far, we've taken this morning I assembled 3 of these guys. And that we've base coated them in black. And I've applied all the base colours, the major base colours I'm going to use. Painted in all the solid plates in red. I've applied the gold, the areas I'm going to put in making gold, and the areas I want to put into silver. So the next stage now is applying shade paints. I've got to find what I'm looking for, the colours. Caliban Crimson. I might beneath there. So you see I bought myself a painter's rack. Now apparently the painter's rack, which I got this from Empires of War, is designed for the Citadel paints. It's not. I've had to literally cut cut elements out for it. No, I'm looking for Agrax Earthshade, but Agrax Oil Earthshade and Null Oil. No, sorry. Agrax Earthshade Gloss and Null Oil Gloss. Because having the word gloss in the name means that they work better for metal paint. Might be there. This one. Got him. We've had. Sorry, Longhorns. But we can't. But there's no link dropping in this channel. If you've got a link you need to drop, then then it'd be better off saying to me what it is rather than just dropping it down, because it could very well be a link that's not allowed. Nice. Leave it to it. So. What we're going to do now, we're going to use three shade paints. Shade paints are, as you can try and get that right. It's a pepper there. They are, I don't know if you can hear it, they're very wet paint. They're like water. They're very watered down paint. Shade paints will actually change the colour of what you apply it over. So for red, for what I'm going to do with the red, applying this, because it's so wet, it'll flow. I can flow it and push it into all the recessed areas. It'll darken them. It'll also darken the areas I've applied it to. So I'm going to use what we call Carrowbug Crimson. Don't know if you can actually hear that. How wet that actually is. Put it back to there. See what I mean? Different ordinary paint that is extremely wet. The other types of shades they do a variety of colours of shades, and again a lot of them match up the colour set you're working with. So if you're doing a purple, you've got a Drakenhof Nightshade. You're doing a blue Drakenhof Nightshade, works with it. Carrowbug Crimson works well with pinks. Purple and blue Drakenhof Nightshade works. If you're doing flesh, you've actually got a Reichland Flesh shade. So we've also got for silver, we can again, depends on the shades you use, can change the effect of the metal you're working with. If you want to make your silver look rusty, then I'd use Agrax. Otherwise, use Null Oil, and I'll actually darken the silver. Now, certain shades, like I've got by here, I've got a Null Oil gloss, but I've also got a Null Oil as well. Question is, what do you think is going to be the difference between Null Oil and Null Oil gloss? What do you think is going to what they're both the same, shade, but what do you think the biggest difference is between them? Besides, there's more in one container than the other. That's a bit better. Big massive difference between them is the gloss one is perfect for metal. If you're doing metal work, so your silver, your gold, your bronze, your brass, your copper, any of your metal type paints, the gloss will always add a nice sheen to it. Null oil, they both do the same job. It used to be this one never existed. We only ever had null oil, for example. They introduced the gloss, which works quite well. Exactly separate. It leaves a nice glossy coat, which then really bumps up and makes that metal shine a lot better. It's the same with the Agrax. They also introduced. They got there's a few of the shades which are actually got a gloss to it, and they work quite well. These two are perfect for metals, but I could for example put that onto it and turn my silver into add a nice red tinge to it, and so on. But it's really up to you how you use them. I'm going to actually use these three for this model. All the red is going to be done in Caravan Crimson. All the gold is going to be done in Agrax Earthshade Gloss. And all the silver is going to be done in Null Oil Gloss. Because I want that metal to really have that nice glassy sheen to it. I can do it without it, which works fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Back before we had the shade with gloss in it, then I would have had to have done that. But now I've got it there. It just gives a little bit more of an edge in terms of the paint then. As I said, this paint is very, very wet. When I did this as a micro teach all those years ago, I thought I'd have a bottle of water. I do. When I did this as a micro teach all those years ago, I said to my peers, as part of my micro teach, I want you to play 3 paints to your model. The base, so for example, your base, your shade, and your layer. The base wasn't so bad, like I said. Don't apply too thick because it can take a while to dry. Don't make it. So if it's too thin, apply a few layer coats. When it comes to using a shade, and I'd said this to my scouts previously the first time I did Model Maker, you put too much of this on, you're going to be waiting hours for your model to dry because this stuff is very wet. This actually replaces the old Citadel ink, what they used to call inks. I never got on with inks. I didn't struggle with them. I just found the inks were too runny, and my painting case used to go everywhere in there. So because when I used to have to create these sort myself, I used to actually take my base colour I'm working with and just darken it. I'd make a dark colour and water it right down, then apply it over the top and push it into the recessed areas, and then lighten the base colour I'm working with to create the nice lighter colour I want to work with. These, however, introduce these, work wonders. So I'm gonna actually begin applying this. Now Citadel does do a shade brush. They got a brush for base, they got a brush for shade, they got a brush for layer, they got a brush for dry paints. There's lots. They seem to do one to match what the paint you want to use, but you can still do the same effect with a standard brush. But I'm gonna actually, because I want a little bit more control over this, I'm gonna use something. I'm gonna use my base brush, I think. Now you don't need to actually apply any control over this, mind you, because it's already wet enough. You don't need to water it down. But saying that, in some cases, it is better. Some effects are better by mixing one part. Yeah, by mixing it with what we call lamium medium. That also works with these sort of paints as well. your base layer paints, because it actually then turns them in. If you didn't have the desired colour, you can actually make it. You can make a much more of a lighter translucent colour. Same with the shades. You can do the same thing by mixing them with water or laminar medium to create a much more thinner effect. But it all depends really on what you want to use them for. There, yeah, so we've mixed that up. I'll show you how wet it is now. I'm actually going to go and take mine from the lid of the pot. The problem you will, guys, excuse me, the problem, guys, you'd have to be careful. I lost my train of thought there. I've lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, be careful because it is too wet, and because these are quite runny paint. Any painter, anyone who uses Citadel paint, have all suffered the anthrax or null oil spill of shame. Myself included. I actually dyed my leg black, part of my leg black the one day because I had a spill with anthrax with null oil. I have gone through more null oil and anthrax than any other shade paint or any of my other paints because of how easy it is to knock these bottles over. So be extra careful, guys. Yeah, load my brush up. You can see there's the watch now, and that's just me taking a bit from there. So yeah, see how quickly that actually disappears into the paper because it's that wet. So I'm going to take a little bit, dab off where I don't need, and then get my red, get the area I want to apply it to, and I'm going to start painting in. And I'm going to start pushing it where I want it to go. You can apply, of course, multiple layers of this to suit your needs to create more dark effects on locations. You don't want it to pool in certain areas because then it becomes harder to actually shift once it dries. You can apply, like I said, multiple layers, like my Magnus the Red, to create the effects on the skin. I've actually used two shades, one after each other, on the actual red skin just to change the colour of it. So it looks like his arm has actually been used to cast magic. I've applied Caliban and this one to it, so it actually changes the effect of the skin on his arm. Applying thinner layers means this will actually dry a lot quicker than simply slapping on one big wet coat. It also means you got more control over where it goes and how it flows. Because it's so wet, it will flow wherever the model is facing. As your saying goes, it's better to apply not enough than too much, and then reapply when you reapply the colour or the wash after it's dried. But it's all about that control. So as you can see, I'm not putting too much on there, but I'm being very, very careful where I put it. I'm pushing it into areas I want it to get into. That I want to leave darkened, and avoiding areas I don't want it to darken. sometimes when you're painting the model, you just need to, again with brush control, just paint it into the areas that you want it to be in, that you want that shade to be in. So you wouldn't have to necessarily paint the entire model in one go. There we go. Just getting there. If you see it pooling, try to quickly get it to shift from where it starts to pool. But with enough control, you'll be fine. You'll be absolutely fine. Because it is a lot easier to, it's a lot harder to try and shift it, because when the layer paint goes over it, the layer paint then is going to have to try to combat where the shade has been, as well as what you're trying, as well as what the effects you're trying to achieve. Sometimes accidents can actually produce fantastic results that do become a little bit difficult to recreate, but can give those effects that you didn't realise you could achieve accidentally. Of course, this paint, because it's quite wet, it does smell. It doesn't smell too bad, but you can smell a slight smell coming off it. So if you notice, I'm being very careful where I'm actually applying it. Because I don't want to have to repaint other areas that I've already done. I'll be the same when I apply it on the next shade. Make sure your shades are dry, try to make sure your shades are dried in between applying each. So when it comes to my next shade, I want to make sure this one is dry before I apply the next one. It's because I don't want the shades to mix, because they will bleed together. Whilst you can create some fascinating colours, sometimes you don't really want it on certain models. If I'm painting a piece of scenery, for example, then two shades mixed together will work wonders. But not in this case. So carefully does it. Do the same now on his arm, on the other side of his arm. Almost there. And voila! And now I just leave him dry. I just leave that shade dry, because I don't want, as I said, I don't want my next shades to bleed in with the current one I put on there. But so far with the red, the crimson, the caravan have actually we've actually started to darken the red that's on there. And what works wonders with this, guys, is well, with shade paints they darken colours. So they're great for darkening and muting colours, as they say it. If you want to make a colour really pop out or enhance it, you can then use what we call a glaze. Now there are several shades of glazes. One I will be using, which I always then apply to the end of my Space Marines in these colour sets, and that is in. Let me get hold of it because it's gone to the back of there. I don't think I want to hand down on the floor. It's the Bloodletter. Nope. It's Bloodletter. Now glaze works the complete opposite to a shade. Shades darken, this lightens. Apply this over red and will actually make the red stand out even more. Apply it to a silver and it adds a red tinge to it. That's why I use the blue, the Gulliman blue, on the white for the chest for the Aquila. When I apply it, it actually makes that Aquila look like it just stands out. It has a blue glow to it. So you can apply it to silver armour, and it just adds that colour. It adds a bit of a colour effect to it. Works wonders. It does work wonders with things, guys. But you need to experiment when you actually do use these paints. Don't just use a couple of colour. Don't just if you use the Citadel paints, with your models, plan what colours you want to use, how do you want to use them, and experiment. My Imperial Knights are not in the typical colour scheme of that you find in the codexes. I've gone with purple and pink. Weird colour combination perhaps, but it works together. Purple, pink with a silver for all the metal work for the body, but then add gold, a gold trim. It works. Oh yeah, you can. So once you know the combinations go into them, you can make your own. You could, like I said, you could easily turn that the Mephiston red. It's a bit there. You can turn the Mephiston red by actually just watering it down, because that's all it is a very watered down paint. Sometimes actually, if I find the one, everybody's here. Yeah. Here we go, guys. There's one that I've actually had to make by there. Now I've had to make that myself. That is using Lamia medium. It's Lamia medium, and I think it's using some of the oranges, because I had to make a wash to go onto a red roll for one of my referees. For my referee named Douglas, he's holding a footlong sandwich. I needed, of course, I didn't have a bread roll, didn't have a colour to make for the bread roll he's holding, so I had to make one. Where by you, Douglas? There. Get it eventually. The bread roll he's holding in his hands, but there. That bread roll he's holding in his hands, but there, guys, is actually made using that wash. It's so I use I think I used a white paint originally for the outside of the roll, and then I painted that over the top so it sunk into the recesses, but then painted a little bit more in the recesses to darken them. But yeah, you can experiment with these paints. You can mix them, try and create new things. The glass canopies, you can't see it very well there, but the glass is on that bit there of the tops of that carapace. I don't know if you can see it very well, but there. That's also made by creating a shade that doesn't exist, by mixing and matching colours together to form those effects. Yeah, it's brilliant and fascinating what you guys can do with these different washes and combinations. Just don't be afraid to experiment with them. Right, there you are. As you can see now, I don't know if you can see it very well, but it's got all the red. As you can see, all the red has got a nice dirty look to it. It's a lot darker than what it was originally. Some areas, of course, need a little bit more, like the grills but there, because it hasn't sunk into it. So if you've got areas like that, just go back through and apply a little bit more to those areas, but then just make sure you push it right into those areas. If you've got a recessed area that doesn't look like it's got the desired effect that you want, just reapply a little bit more. But make sure you're actually trying to push it into those recessed areas. That way round, you are achieving what you were setting out to do. Again, if you apply too much, use a brush to try to control it, or just brush, or just try to, or use a bit of kitchen roll to mop it up. Yeah, leave them to dry by there. Clear my brush off, and I now have a look at doing the next shade. So the next shade is going to be for the gold. I'm going to do the Agrax while I'm waiting for that red to dry. So, get my Agrax Surf Shade Gloss. Because what we're doing by you guys when we're playing these shades, we're doing what they call battlefield ready. So if you want to quickly get your models up to a point where you can play them on a battlefield, this will be the level which you'll actually go to with it. Most gamers don't mind if your models are not fully completely painted. Myself, I'm happy to play with people which have got incomplete models painted, because again, a few of mine are not fully complete. I've been there, I got the t-shirt, but you will actually get, as we had earlier with a few, like some of the members over a club that should not be named. Thank you, Super Slicer. As we had a conversation earlier with some from a club that shall not be named, where you do get some fussy buggers there that literally, oh, if it's not this, it's not that, you're not playing. I'm sorry, but at the end of the day, perhaps they haven't had time to fully paint it. Perhaps they need perhaps they're struggling to paint. So, and these are the things that need to be considered when you actually with the hobby. Is, yeah, competition wise, they expect your models to be fully painted. So for me, for school league, so if I was to enter my scouts into school league, then they earn points based on having the entire models all painted, all based. Also, and if they're not, then they lose points for that. Because there's enough of them in the team to be able to have someone learn to play, someone learn to paint it, and so on. But if I play someone myself, it don't bother me if you're fully painted or not. At the end of the day, it's about taking part, having a fun time, making friends, and just having that opportunity just to, as I said earlier, sharing your hobby. Ooh, that was close. Sharing your hobby and interests with others that are exactly the same as you. That have got the same interests as you. Yeah, they might not collect Space Marines, for example, but they're interested in the same universe as you. They may not be more, well, so they may be new into the hobby, and they want to know more. So it's great to show what you can do and what you can achieve. Again, I'm all for equal opportunities, equal rights. Yeah, it's almost done. The shade's almost done. If it's pooling in places, just keep moving about. You can see it looks like it's pooling in some places. And if it does, just try and brush it so it avoids doing it. So it avoids pooling. But we almost need to do a clean up here, Nile, my floor with the Agrax. Yeah. Actually, I need to get some underneath that because they are still a bit wet behind the fins. Yeah, he's getting there. And I have even started to apply layer paint yet. So we've got one more shade to apply. Once that shade has been applied, we got areas we got to touch up, of course, but we'll have a look at that next time. Because next time we can then start the layering and start building on the colours we've got there. So we'll make our red pop. We'll make the red, the silver, the gold all pop. From past experience, like like I said, I know I've mentioned my ex quite a few times. I got two exes I'm talking about here. My one ex who started doing some model making, I bought her some Grey Knights, bought her Space Wolves. She started painting up some Space Wolves. Started painting a Space Wolf, great. She done the base colours, the washes and all that. Then she says to me, "Oh, could you do what you do to yours to make mine pop with the colours?" So I went, "Yeah, no problem." So I did. I then used the layer paint on what she'd already had on there. Big mistake. Because the next better thing out of is, that's not my model. That's not my model. That's not the model I gave you to make pop. I went, it is. You had a dark red there. I'd now played the layer paints just to make that stand out so it looks more vibrant. It's not my model. Not my model at all. And that's all I had to offer. So in the end I said, fine, don't ask me for help with her. So again, if you actually model painting and somebody asks you to, do what you do to yours to make yours pop, I'd pre-warn them and say, once I do it, don't come back to me and go, yeah, my model, because I will be throwing it at your head, because I've already been there and I've already done it, or I just refuse now. I'll help someone with painting. But I'm not having someone say to me, oh, that's not my model, when it was their model. I've just done what you've asked me to do. And it's the same if you guys are painting as well. You may encounter that yourself. It is annoying, and I know it is annoying because it happened to me. So the Agrax now, Caravan Crimson. They got the null oil gloss to go on. Once that's done, it's only then adding, as I said, next time it's going to be the layer paint. And once we get the layer paint in, that's what. So we then the layer paint, which would be then, you're not painting everything. You're painting all the red, but the areas I'm going to leave that are not going to be painted in the new layer paints. And then of course then you do edging or edge highlights, which then puts a nice lighter edge on things, and that will then wrap up with the model. And my least favourite part of painting a model is the weapons. I don't know why. Swords, bladed weapons, yeah, fantastic. Guns, plasma rifles, bolters, they're usually the last parts I paint in a model, and I know, man, that they're not the parts I put a lot of emphasis into, even though they make the main fighting thing. I just don't seem to have the drive when it comes to it, or I always make them work, but I just don't seem. I think what it could be is because I'm coming to the journey's end, if that makes sense. I've been on this journey of painting this model. Now I'm coming to the end, and it's like when you're on it. There you go. It's like Lord of the Rings. Sam and Frodo, yes, they're going to throw the ring into the fires of Mordor, but they're so tired. They've been on this journey. They know it's coming to an end. They want it over with, but they're just so tired with it. I think it's a bit of a bad analogy, but I think. Well, so because again, yeah, because I want to see the end product, what it looks like completed, but I think when I get to the weapons, I think subconsciously the story's going to end, and I know it's coming to an end now, and I just don't want it to end. So that's why I don't think I've got that much. Oh, let's get the weapons looking great. Let's get these guns looking great, because you're coming to the journey's end. But after that, after I've done that part, I've then got the base to do, which does take a little bit longer because you'll texture paint. So put texture paint by here. Oh, can't see it. Which you can make your own texture paint. It's just mixing a bit of sand, a bit of grit in with some paint. Well, so this is quite a thick paint mixed in with bits of sand and grit. I got two types there, and both perform different effects. And then of course you apply that, then use it. You don't use a paintbrush. You can, but you damage your brushes. But you use a special types of paintbrushes called palette brushes. Oh yeah. A palette brush or a texture brush. Usually have a palette end and then a sculpting end to it, and you apply the paint with that, allowing you to take a big dollop, plonk it on, move it about, and then you can use this to create ridges and other effects that you want for the base. And then once you've done that and the paint is dried, you then wash it again with some of the washers. So you want to create a more of a unique astrogranite with which got a bit of like a blood seeped into it. Use a bit of Carabag, and then dry brush over the top of it. Once all that's dried, we then do a bit of dry brushing, and that actually allows us then to create a nice unique base for it. You can stick things onto like stones, skulls. I got grass here. Another way you can do it is putting PVA glue on the bases and then running it through grass, running it through sand before you then start painting and adding to it. But the bases, when you do your bases, the choice is up to you. You can get pre-made bases, pre-made textured bases, textures you can put on top of that. Using green stuff, I'm trying to find from Green Stuff World the Egyptian rolling pin. Can't get it for love nor money. Firestorm haven't got any. Every time I look on eBay, they're ridiculous. I'm having to wait like 3 weeks for one. But using the green stuff, I can actually make a custom base. I can make my own custom base, which have got that Egyptian pattern to it, which works well with my Thousand Suns, because they're an Egyptian-based army. Camera battery have died, I'm guessing. So let me fix that up. No. Well, that's not bad going. We are getting a good amount of time out of each battery. Actually, that looks a lot better. That was working quite well, but there were the lights. Check that for charge. Yeah, that. So we're getting there. We are getting there, guys. Let's see what's going on there with us. The light's gone. So as we can see, all of our gold have got that glossy sheen to it, which makes them really shine. So now we're just going to apply one more gloss shade. And this is now, it's going to be a pain because that lid keeps closing. Oh, I wish this stopped racing. So now this is going to be applied to all the silver areas. And instantly we can see the silver have already got black. We've already got darkened areas inside that silver already because of the paint. It works quite well for several more. For if you got like, you can push it into like the barrels of these recessed areas. I will actually make them very, very dark. Jeez, I keep dropping him. Problem is, I gotta try and get this to stay open. Tell you what, just take the lid off it. That'll do the job. Carefully do it. Careful does it. Coming along quite nicely now. Now again, I'm going to be painting the gut. I'm going to be painting on the casing of the gut of the plasma guns anyway. But I just want the areas I'm going to have metal or at least have that bit of a sheen to it. So that's why I'm actually painting all of it and not just part of it in the shade, because it'll actually then mean that anything I put on there will have that bit of a sheen come through it as well, so it'll actually stand out a lot more. We've got that one to do, and then I got the feet. Right. Finally, the last part of the model is going to be its feet. Almost there. Aha. I do believe. Oh, I dropped them again. I'm touching areas they've already glossed. Luckily, the gloss have dried. Come on, stay there. Yep, he is done. Pop that there. Pop that there. Yep, he is done. We have glossed him. So we've gone from how he was in the background, but there, as a grey, in his grey form. So we built this morning. We've now taken it from what we currently at. We've then added some colour to it. We've base coated it in black. So it's been primed in black because I want the colours to be rich and vibrant. That's a bit better. Once we've done that, I don't know why that light does nothing at all for what I'm seeing. pointless. It's pointless. Pointless. The base standard is terrible. The base have gone, and I got to super glue it. Now I found my super glue. Yep. So once we've actually based it, we've then base coated it, we've primed it, base coated it in red, silver and gold. Now that that's done, we've now applied washes to it. So we've gone for Caravan Crimson for the red, pushed into all the recessed areas because we want them to really stand out. We then applied Agrax Earthshade Gloss to the silver areas because I want to the gold areas because I want the gold areas to shine. And I could have used Reichland, but Agrax works quite best with gold. And then the silver areas I've applied Null Oil. So if darkened them, but the Null Oil gloss and the Agrax gloss have actually put a bit of a glossy, glassy sheen to it. So now when I start applying the colours next time, we'll actually make this stand out. So the colours we're going to use next time are going to be the red is going to be done in, let me move him to there. The red is going to be done in Evil Sun Scarlet. So that's a nice shade of red. The gold is going to be painted in, before I add it up here. I'm going to see if the Guiana's gold. Yeah. Going to be using the gold is going to be painted in Guiana's gold. And the silver is going to be painted using Ironbreaker. The edges of the pauldron are going to actually be painted in, maybe it's Warpstone. Where's Warpstone? Be painted in Warpstone with, well actually be using the moot green. We can start with Warpstone and then top it with moot green for the edges of the pauldron. The border case is going to be the plasma case is going to actually be painted probably in black and then edged in probably Eshin grey. The piping, the additional piping that's on there that goes into it is probably going to be painted in yellow or some other colour, and that's going to have a bit of a designed to have a little plastic sheen to it. And I think that is going to give us all the colours I need. Then it's just a bit of edge highlight then. So for the Guianas, I probably use a bit of silver edging. The silver will have another like the silver edge into it. The red will actually have, no, not Troll Slayer. Troll Slayer, don't Troll Slayer. Where is that edge? Where is it? Nope. The edge highlights then will be in a wild. Be using the Wild Rider red for the red. And that should then give us, oh yeah, and the plasma chambers themselves add a bit of glow. I might actually paint that in silver and use the Tesseract glow. Well, so because that's what it's designed for. It's add a bit of a glow to it. So we never know. So we never know. Oh, I might try and actually just do it in blue and edge it from that. One help with a mini. I'm stuck between two colours. So go on in. What colour choice are you stuck between? What are the colours that you're stuck between? That's on Pinterest, that is. So yeah, what are the colours that you're stuck between? They are a cloak. It's a cloak attached to a belt, dark red or bay brown, and use a bay fur shoulder. You could probably try a red brown because I've actually done that. Now that colour's easy. That colour's achieved with the Citadel by having a base colour of a brown. This is where actually the Citadel paint app comes in handy. Because if I were going to do that sort of colour, so you're looking, is a cloak attached to a belt, dark red or bay brown, and use a bay fur shoulder. Now you could actually do the bay fur shoulder as a brownish grey. Dark red will work quite nice, or red brown. Don't know if that might show better there. You could try it as a red brown, for example, where you start with it's like a chocolatey colour red brown base in, but then darkening it by then applying a red opaque paint over the top of it, which is one option. Or deep brown. Just trying to figure what other brown you could use with it. Or the bay brown. What colour is his belt? Because myself, and what colour's the bay fur shoulder? Because I've actually done something similar to that before. I'm trying to think. Space Wolves. No, it's not showing it. But I'm thinking it was. Let's use a bay fur shoulder. The belt is olive with a silver rim. The base shoulders are dark brown with light highlights. Because again, it's cloak attached. If you've got the base shoulder there, I'm leaning towards the red, the dark red. It depends on what sort of shade of dark red you go in for. Because the dark red, because the dark red does look a bit like a brown. It can look like a bit of a brown colour itself. So yes, I'm like leaning more towards the dark red, because if you have the cloak the same colour as the bay fur you've got on the shoulder, it's just going to blend into one. Unless you try to contrast build it as it goes up, so it creates the illusion that the bay fur shoulder is part of the cloak. But having the dark red does break it up, and it does actually then look like you can then identify it as a separate. As a separate component, or a separate item on them. Yeah, I was so I myself. I'm leaning more towards that dark red myself. It just feels right. It does feel like it Feels like it would work. Because the other alternative, like I said, is to try to do a brown red. So you could try it with dark red, or have the base color as the brown, as a shade of brown. It's going to be a darker shade of brown, or you could do it the similar the dark brown as the shoulder, but then using a darker red, as I would use with these. I'd probably be using what was a darker red. Is then layer that over the top before then looking at the edging, probably with something of a darkish orangey colour. So like the colour they're using would probably is what they call squib orange. Just for that to work. But I have used it with some of my Stormcast to differentiate between their belts, their gloves, and things like that. But yeah. Well, again, just try a small patch between two colours. You can always paint over it, and then see which works best for you. Now, I believe that that is now all dried. So let's show it off by another colours. So we've now got the silver pops. The silver got a nice sheen to it. The gold itself, I've got the same sheen. So now he's ready. He's ready now for next time for me to work with the layers, and then then I'll be able to go from there with that. Well then, jump to my post. Oh no, the Aquila actually. That's a good point. Thanks for reminding me. The Aquila actually. Don't collect on Rathbone. The Aquila actually got to be painted in white. The Aquila is actually painted in white. Now I don't know why white paint doesn't like the paint as well as it should. Now normally I would do this using ceramite white, but for this I'm using the newest version of white that Citadel are doing, the Corax white. I could use Rathbone, but I don't think that's going to give me the desired effect I'm looking for. Now I haven't actually put any purity seals on this. Actually, that white looks a lot better. The Corax white, I think once you've actually able to manipulate it a bit more, it does look a lot better. But as I said, the bristles are actually over with the Citadel brushes. They are they charge you from they charge you for the nose rim. And they do. But yeah, the bristles themselves have already started to go on this one. Because you can see that they've already starting to, I don't know if you can see it on camera, but they're starting to separate already. Okay, he's getting there. So apply a second layer. Once that dries, I'm then going to glaze it. Whew. Good catch. So yeah, go for a nice white aquila, and let me get my glaze. I'm hoping it's in this box. Yeah, old habits die hard, as they say. So now we got Guillemend Blue Glaze. Now the blue glaze, like I said, glaze paints are great for highlighting and making colours really pop and stand out. They also work well on applying over other colours as well. Besides over this one over blue, apply this over blue metal, over silver. It's great for creating those like bluey glowing effects. You have to do a little bit more work to it. You can achieve a lot more by planning, watering down paints as well, and making it the shades when you apply it. But this also works a nice, wonderful job. If you put a nice light silver edge to it, this will actually then highlight it. Same with all the Chaos Forces. So for the Bloodletter, it works well. If you've got a Chaos Warrior, silver shield, paint that over it. It's got that red for Khorne. Paint the blue for Cinch. The grey, it's a green. The gay, what do they call it? Green Watcher. I think it's Green Watcher. It works well for Cinch. But they haven't got one for the green for Nurgle. I can't recall seeing one for Slaanesh because you need one that's in pink. I don't recall seeing one in pink. For Slaanesh. I think nothing springs to mind with it. It probably is. I just probably can't figure out what. My mind's probably gone blank with it. So let's check the paint app. Shopping list, inventory, refine my list. That doesn't help. Try technical. Waystone, no. Filter. Tries the shade. Nope, it's not a shade. I don't think the glazes are listed on you. No, they're not listed. In the Citadel paint app, they don't list them. For some unknown reason. Right, is that dry? Yep, it is dried. Put another whack on there. Make it a little bit more stronger. Yeah, just painting close to my chest then. Yeah. Just give that a chance to dry, and then I'm going to glaze it. Because that will then allow me to create the nice arc-like, will create the arc-like effect which I want to create for it. There we go. We actually put paint on my thumb earlier. Yep. I've now actually been able to scrape it off. And that's one good thing with these paints. Even if you get the paint on your clothes, you can actually with these paints you can put it through the washing machine and it'll wash off. Not fully, because of course I got a couple of t-shirts got like a spot there. I don't think I got any more. I had a Marvel t-shirt with 4 Marvel characters on there, and right in the dead centre was a little spot from where I'd been painting. But most of my other clothes have washed right off. So we just wait for that now to dry, and then I can do the next part, which is going to be that would be an interesting one. Paint upside down. I am painting upside down. It works the same as painting for me the right way up when it comes to painting. I have been painting upside down. I've been painting all angles. I've been painting on the sides, upside down, around. That's one of the nice things with model painting. You can paint in any direction. Right, that should now be dry. So I'll put the glaze so you guys see it there. See how it puts a nice blue to it. I could use one of the Soul Gem paints, technical paints, but I'm going to use the glaze instead. So I'll just paint that over the top. And because it's quite a wet paint, you can still see on camera, you can still see the white there. But at the same time, it's also got that blue tint to it. So is it certain? So as I said, my Space Marine chapter is the my camera froze there for some reason. As I said, my Space Marine chapter is called the Iron Fist, and it's based on the Iron Man colours of red and gold. So it makes sense I could have the arc-like reactor in there somewhere, and with most of the vehicles and facilities devices, machinery that they use, I've actually got that Aquila Usually that arc-like reactor attached into it as well. The engines on the vehicles actually have a blue glow to it as well. So I'll give this a quick chance to dry. Because also can I apply might apply a little bit more to the centre of it. I might actually just leave that as it is. Because again you can see the original white beneath it. Because when I've shown people pictures of my Space Marines, they always do think that is white until I actually tell them it's actually, or they go it's blue, and I go no, it's white with a blue glaze. It's actually white, but that glaze just adds that more, changes the colour effect to it. Same as when I put the red over the here with the glaze, it'll actually change the look of that. The unfortunate thing is, you have got to wait a bit for it to actually dry, because of course it's just as fluid as the shade paint. I'm just trying to think what technical paint I've got, because some of the technical paints I've actually got for this, I got one technical paint that is great for creating, two of them actually for creating cracked earth. One actually creates a Martian cracked earth. The other one actually creates a ordinary cracked earth, mud, also dried up mud. And also depends how thick you put it on. The thicker it is, the more it cracks. Rather than thin paint when it dries, because it just shrinks when it does it, but cracks up, so it actually looks like it's cracked earth. And we got it for the Martian red as well. Again with it, there's not much more else I can actually do. I can do it tonight without going into an even longer stream. Well, so in terms of the paint then. So I'll actually save that now for next time. So there we go. We have got one model built this morning. Well, three of them built. One now we've actually been painting all the way through. We've got the base colours onto it. We've actually got the edge. We've got the shades on there ready. So that's now prepped up ready for next time. And so the next time I actually do the painting stream, it's only now going to be it's then going to be a match of me layering the paints. And then just making the colours stand out a little bit more, and just go from there with it. Once that's done, it's then attaching it to its bases. Attach it to the bases, and we'll have one complete. Well, after that, the part I hate doing is the transfers. So chances I probably won't put transfers onto it. I'm not even sure what the symbol for these guys are actually going to be. Yeah. Let's have a look, see if I can see what the supposable symbol is supposed to be. I think it's going to be the cross for heavy assault. The tactical is a cross for the heavy assault, so I might even just paint that actually in myself in white. Actually, silver. Yeah, so silver on top of gold, just to make it stand out. And then of course I'm gonna apply the chapter, not the what they call them. It's not chapter. It's not the squad. Company. The company number. Their company number, because theirs is the 4th. Because apart from my tactical, apart from my Terminators, which are part of the first company, the rest of my units are normally part of the fourth company, which is then a green trim and the pauldron. So like these was given the six, part of the sixth company. So again, these are, mine will be the fourth company. Because anything after 6, 7, 8 and 9 are all reserve companies. 10 is just, it was originally a scout reserve, is a scout company, which then trains up Space Marines ready to filter into the second, third, fourth, and well, second to 8th, 9th companies. Veterans from the other companies, if they become a veteran, they then get moved into the first company, in which case they get access to all the best equipment, such as tactical armour, relic armours and things like that, or move further up the ranks from captains, from sergeants to veteran sergeants, to even up to being chapter masters themselves. So yeah, because there's a lot when you when you're actually painting Space Marine armies, there's a lot of if you're doing a codex style one, there's a lot of things traditional things you follow in with it. If you're doing White Scars, then the company will actually be part of the actual knee design rather than the actual pauldron design itself. But we'll have a look at that next time. So yeah, well, I hope you enjoyed both streams today. This morning is when we were actually building and going through the building process, and this evening is when we were actually doing some painting, getting things prepped up, painted up, ready for us to carry on finishing off the model next time. So once again, thank you for joining me tonight. It's been great seeing you all again. Seeing some new faces in the stream again. Seeing some people out, some faces I haven't actually seen for a couple of weeks. Do we have any new followers tonight? No, I don't think we had some new followers yet this morning, but we haven't had any new followers this evening. So we're only 3 followers away from achieving the 100 followers mark. So thank you for attending tonight. I hope you enjoyed it. As always, this is Vex and Primaris. I'm going to be signing out. Have a good evening. I'll speak to you soon. So take care, guys, and remember, embrace your dreams. Thank you, guys. Good night.